your word for it.
We're concerned about space.
Okay.
We're just playing the middle there. That's not good.
Did you want to say hi to the camera? Oh wait, this is my main camera. Thank you.
Hi to the camera. Nope.
Okay. What's today? What's today?
15th.
15.
I believe, yeah, the 15th.
Okay, so you're first.
That's what it says on the screen.
You're on top.
For now. Sure, we'll play again.
So far away.
It is. It's okay. I'll go right up here.
Also, thank you. Enjoy.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, good luck. I'm good.
I think the audio is pretty hot from on location here. So I'm going to bring it down a little bit and maybe bring myself up. All right, is everybody hearing me okay? I don't know who is out there in the everybody category other than Alice. But we are celebrating, as I mentioned, the return of Heroin to Birds from being busted by the Twitch cops for... Oh, it was good? Okay, yeah, I'm at a weird angle here.
Exchange 4.
Alright, Jason exchanging 4. That gives me a short amount of time to
We're
pump
not
up
starving
this
already.
audio.
I don't know how we're going to play 5 games before dinner.
I'm going to increase my audio a lot and hope it does not. Let's go extreme with it here. How's this? Any better? I think I can pump it up even more. All right. Oh, that is cursed. Hold on.
32.
There we go. Okay, I'm ready for many things. Hopefully. So Jason exchanging to begin. And let's see if this works. That looked like a great option for her. Oh no. Is this needs to be flipped? There we go. Okay. I'm as loud as the tiles. I think we can lower that a little bit, hopefully. Oh.
19.
So while we get all this audio rigmarole worked out, cow comes down. Let me not fall behind super much. Oh boy, that Q. We can't see that. Oh, there we go. Okay, she helped us out there. Let's see if the scores. Yes, the scores. Expand rack view. Like, make it bigger. Should we make it bigger? Is that what you mean? So, like, do a little bit of this. There we go. It's even bigger. And we gotta get this up. Okay. I think we're mostly okay now. So yeah, again, celebrating Heidi's return from Twitch jail. The Twitch cops busted her for her name, which glorified both drug abuse and animal cruelty. Heroin to birds. Somehow Twitch deemed that because they just didn't pick up on that extra E, so clearly a maniacal person who would drug innocent little animals. And looks like she is gonna just play Chi here. I think she was considering playing Kadi going across. Let me see if this works. Cute. Does this work? Nope. All right. Okay. There we go. There's the telestrator. And now it's not right side up. So maybe balking at putting more tiles out in space, but it might have been nice to get rid of one of those extra E's, but it's all good. Board is very, very tight, difficult to work with. Hey, Mike, gifting 5 subs, jumping into action on this joyous occasion, the return of Heidi to Twitch, Heroin to Birds. I think what I'm going to do with respect to the tracking is even when it's Jason's turn... Oop, the turn indicator got messed up. Where is that? It's supposed to go over him. There we go. So we had to be ready with, like, can we show the timer? The timer is just off camera. Gifting 10? Oh my god. I didn't even notice that. I just assumed when I saw multiple that it was 5. But the 10, even more generous than I thought. Thank you so much. Obviously, Heidi will be in between games checking with the chat. We'll be sure that she gets word of that. How do you have so many emotes? That's all on her. She's just spent a lot of energy, which is why it was so sad when Twitch cops pulled her over. Something's funny there. Not sure what. I think I'm going to reduce the audio coming from her even more so. Maybe. Oops. Oh, this is me accidentally clicking the legendary cat cam. Sorry, folks. There is actually a cat cam, in fact, but this is just, I built this scene in my old Twitch stuff. So maybe we can do a cat cam if there is enough demand. Her sentence was a while. Thank you so much, Starcasted, for the 100 bits. It is cause for celebration. That's why I'm here. I figured what better way to celebrate. Okay, now it is back to Heidi's turn. So I wonder if she knew that this is actually a word, if she has it set up on her rack. But this is actually valid. Yes, the hype train blessing the channel after Gray. I think it was many months. I think it was something like a 6-month jail sentence for her. So it's just crazy that there's definitely people with way worse stuff going on Twitch that did not get bopped in this manner. So yeah, I mean, it's brutal, right? She could have just changed her name, I guess, but I think she was really turned off by the entire process of appealing and realizing that there was nothing wrong with this name. It's an anagram of her name. She's going to play Haid. 28 points there, leaving OAR. Could have maybe played some stuff through this Y of Yurts that kept a slightly better leave, but this does score a bit better than any of those options. So reasonable choice there. Can't be too far off from the top, and she has a nice lead here in the early going. Let me see if I can update this score. There we go. Okay, so this is the updated score. Yes, introduce this tournament for sure. This is a multi-day tournament taking place in Calabogie, Ontario. one of the players competing in the event, Mike Downey, has what looks to be a beautiful cottage in Calabogie, Ontario. And there's a whole bunch of players there right now, including our former North American champion Josh Sokol, Axer who is directing the tournament. Another former champion, Michael Fagan, playing in the NWL division, but Heidi playing Collins here, so that is what we're going to focus on. So we're just at round 1. I'm going to be with everybody for the first 5 rounds, I think. Then I have stuff going on, and I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow, but this is a 12-game tournament over 2 days, so a lot of action. And Jason playing Hale here, giving back some counterplay, scoring 31. That's a solid amount, but Barons with 2 R's on the rack here for Heidi, so she's gonna have to make a choice of whether she thinks that this word can be spelled with 2 R's. It can't, but it would be a reasonable try. And of course that would just play right across the top here. The best play would just be the regular spelling of the normal word baron in that spot. But yeah, will she go for the gold here? No, she will play it safe, and that is absolutely the best play for her. 38 points covering up the spot, leaving RS. Nicely played. That's definitely the optimal choice for her here. And we move on. So Heidi up now 116 to 75. The other, yeah, she has a lot. I think my favorite one is where she's shooting a gun, which is definitely not an activity that I imagine her. I just think this is so funny because it's not, like, it's hard to imagine her, you know, firing off a 6-shooter, like, you know, not really what you would expect from mostly peaceful. Any war that Heidi is waging is purely verbal. No physical assault. Yes, exactly, Mike. That's why I love it. Hopefully everything is sounding good. Ooh, nice job by Jason there. It looks like Mum with all those overlaps. Hem, am, and Mum with just the 2 M's scoring 30. That's very, very nice. And it's back to Heidi. Let me make sure the... Oh, one thing I keep forgetting to do is change the turn indicator. I'll get it. I have a little turn indicator here that's supposed to show you whose turn it is. So, yeah, let's see. Cool. All right. Weird set of tiles for her here. It's the tricky thing here is that the V is actually tough to get rid of without losing some of the other nice tiles on her rack. So you would love to just get rid of like a V and an R here and hold on to all that other good stuff, but you can't really do that. Oddly, if you're willing to just drop an N right here, keeping the rest of your letters of Rivers, even though you're keeping 2 R's and a V, that's actually a pretty good leave. The only question is, where will all the rest of those letters, when you do draw a bingo, I guess you're going to be able to play arrives. There might be bingo starting with an S going down here. So yeah, tricky. Suggestion, Jello Mochas of Vire, probably right here. That looks pretty good. Scoring nicely, leaving a nice balanced rack. So, yeah. We'll see. All right. sure everything is working okay here. Yeah, we can't see the clocks, but we can probably get an idea. Hopefully that's okay. I mean, we're going to sort of know by context when she's getting low on the clock or when her opponents are. So we'll see. This is a tough turn. So that I think what you have to think about here is if you're going to play something like just the N and leave rivers, you have to go through some draws and actually see, can you actually hit when you do draw bingos here? Otherwise, ooh, okay. Didn't see that coming. So that's a flashy play for sure. 30 points, probably about as well as she could score. But it leaves her with the 4 consonants. So you probably would want to see that score a little bit more to go this route. But it's certainly a very flashy extension. Baronies, nicely spotted. She will be beholden to draw some vowels here, though. So I did not see that one coming. She drew 1 vowel and what did she keep? RRN. So she drew an S. Okay. I think she kept RRNV. So STO is not as bad as you could see here. All right. Is the board flipped? Yes. It's Jason's turn. Yes. And the score is not updated yet. Should be now. No? Update. There we go. All right. Now let me actually... I'm going to try to make it so that the unseen tiles are always from her point of view, because that's what we're doing here anyway. Uh-oh. Bingo time. Viddled. Nice one. Jason with a nice play. With these letters, there's probably not too much else. Oh, wow. That is the only bingo for Jason. So he's going to take a lead, but there is still plenty of time here. Plenty of time. What's up, Bogu? Hey, everybody. It's nice to see all these people returning so quickly to Harrow into Birds. And celebrating her return from 6 months of Twitch jail, which is one of the stupidest things. If you're not familiar, if you're wondering where has Heidi been for 6 months, it's... Oh, they're challenging. Okay, that makes sense. Viddle, I feel like this makes sense to challenge Viddled with a D. It is valid, so it's going to get the extra 5 points for Jason. I think it makes total sense to challenge it because you think about vittles in everyday language as, like, that's food with the plural S on it. But Viddled with a D is much more obscure, so I think it is well worth the challenge. And yeah, hopefully, I can see it's a little fuzzy. Hopefully that crispens up a little bit, but you can see the letters. I know she's thinking about introverts right now. Knowing her, she wants to play introverts through a million disconnected tiles. Not going to be possible. She plays Vor. This is a very good play on her part, using up one of her 2 R's and the V. There's pretty much, you kind of have to use your lone vowel here. There's really no way to score otherwise. So, yeah, I think the only other option maybe could have been Vrot, V-R-O-T in that spot. Let me get everything up to date here. She got a few points. Ooh, nice draw. Okay, so she got a nice draw. The only other choice, if she wanted to, would be to play V-R-O-T. Gets you a couple extra points, but it also opens up a triple lane, whereas her play does not do so. And you keep an extra good bingo tile. Uh-oh. Are we about to see another bingo right out of the bag? Oh, man. Tainted. There we go. So this is going to make the comeback trail even harder here. 72 right out of the bag for Jason. It's funny because, here we are. I feel like what I want to see here is for those of us that do streams on Twitch, I would love for it to become more standard to do stuff like this. So I feel like, to me, this is like the next frontier. Chess players do this all the time. When a chess content creator goes and plays a tournament, another chess creator comes and does commentary on it. So, and of course, everybody's rooting for that person. Now, not to say that I'm rooting against Jason, who is a very nice guy. Everybody at this tournament is probably going to be a friend in some way, shape, or form, but we're definitely on Team Heidi here. So, a second bingo out of the bag to go up by 100. She's now got a bigger comeback trail here, but as has been pointed out, she's got a couple different options. She could play Droniest. That would be her highest scoring play off of this D right here. And she cannot see the chat. No, this is all above board here. We have the director, Josh Sokol, on site, making absolutely sure that everything is by the book, etc. So you can say whatever you want. This is a rated tournament game. And again, for those maybe just joining, it's taking place in Calabogie, Ontario. Mostly Canadians there, probably all Canadians. And Droniest. I think she has to get up to play this. And she does. That's the correct play. Nicely spotted, 80 points. And we're just going to have to see, does this get a challenge? Or does Jason know it full well? But either way, nice job cutting that deficit quite a bit. She's still very much in the game. Happy to see that. So let's see what she draws here. This will be a big deal. I keep forgetting the turn indicator thing, but I think it's helpful. The bot helpfully chiming in that Droniest means droney. I'm sure maybe defining droney will actually help. And an atrocious draw. Absolutely horrendous draw for her here. This could be, if she thinks of it, this could be an opportunity for us to rejoice. As you can look at her, she's kind of smiling wryly at the crap of this draw. But yes, uwu. We might be able to see the newly added uwu. That's probably better than exchanging. It's not really going to be that easy to play. Really, the only spot to play it is right here, and that does create access to the triple, but that's probably, I don't know, it's probably worth it.
What the hell, Jason? I'm sorry I asked you to come.
Jason reaching for the blank slip, clearly. Looks like he's reaching for the other blank, and he's going to play a third bingo right as Heidi strikes with Droniest. So this is gonna... Oh, wait, never mind. Ooh, okay. Tasers. Heidi needs to... Yes, she holds. So this is... She has to know. She's gonna check it just to be sure, and that's a good thing because... Tasers with this spelling is not valid. It's going to come off. So this is a golden opportunity here. Yeah. It comes off. She rejoices that it does. Of course, things are still not looking great for her, given that she knows her opponent has A-Z-E-R blank, and she has U-U-W-N-N. But... this is a huge swing in her favor because she can now choose to do... I mean, she can dump the UUW right here with uwu if she thinks maybe she can get away with playing it right here. Or she could exchange those same letters and maybe even exchange more of them. A lot of options for her. she knows now she cannot draw the blank out of the bag, which is not ideal. If we ever need it, I do have the board here. Oops. I do have the board here that I can... Oh, I have to recalibrate it. But if the board is ever too difficult to read, I can temporarily make it readable. But we don't want to lean on this unless we really need to. So let's just put this back. Oh, there we go. It's nice and crisp again. So yeah, she may realize that ooh right here, given the letters she just saw, it sets up a nice play of, as Jelamoka says in the chat, raise right here. We just saw literally those 4 letters and a blank be played by Jason. So if she plays ooh, she can reasonably expect to get hit with a pretty heavy scoring raise in response. That being said, you're going to be hard-pressed to dodge big scores with the Z no matter what. The Z is going to play in any number of places, so maybe she'll go ahead with that play and just hope for the best. Raise, I guess, will still... I don't know, actually. That is probably a long shot better. What would Jason play? Just Z-E-A or something? So maybe she is giving him a lot better of options than Jason would normally have. Looks like she's now considering exchanging, which could be a good idea. Suggestion of Unao. What happened?
It's alright. Free time for you.
Okay, I'm just gonna change the course.
I'm not sure what happened. What are they responding to? All right, she does exchange instead of play anything. Unao. I'm not sure where that would go down. Oh, all right. So he is going to go ahead and play Z. So Heidi exchanges, and then with A-Z-E-R blank, that's all we really know. He's going to play Z for a solid score. Everything is upright. Okay, so this is a big draw for her now. Is she going to be able to draw a bingo? If she could just manage to draw one like off of this lane, that's going to be tough. Yeah, not the best draw. But she's still close. Let me get the Z points. So given that we know that Jason also had a D, he could have met Unao with something like Zetas, depending on where Unao was going to go down. But all right, not that much better of tiles for Heidi. She's going to struggle to score very much here, but she also has to be thinking about trying to get a bingo down. She's down 50. So kind of a grim situation, especially knowing that your opponent has that second blank already. I guess the simple option, I know this might not seem simple if you're watching and you're not a tournament level player, in which case, thank you so much for watching. We love for you to still enjoy Scrabble content. And there we go. That's the play I wanted. The reason I like this play is that it sets up the T. She has a T. Eft is a valid word, so if she draws a 7-letter word, it has a good chance of playing here. It seems like the best she could do. It leaves a very solid, flexible leave of N-A-T-E, ante, I guess. So now it's Jason's turn. We flip the board back. And really big draw here. This has to go well, I think. And, ooh, replant. There we go. Planter. Planter, even better. Planter fits right here. Ooh, okay, so a nice block. Does that block everything that she can have? Oh, man. Hold on. That might have been very, very timely. Let me see here. I haven't looked yet. Is there even something through the... Wow, that blocks just in the nick of time. So brutal. That's really frustrating. So that nice play of Few creating the T-hook, she was going to hit that spot, and right in the nick of time, a very nice block by Jason that leaves Heidi with nothing, which is quite frustrating for her, I'm sure. But the score is not updated. Jason has 310. There we go. So, yeah, that's too bad. What can she do now? She has a couple different options. So she has very good bingo tiles in general, but on this board, it's now going to be kind of tough to fit those plays in. So I would be tempted, if I were her, maybe to find as big of a scoring play as I can in this spot, making F'd. So there she has, oh, she's thinking about paternal, how close she is to paternal. But something like Peyton or Plater or something like that here scores pretty well, and maybe she can figure out a way to sort of outscore her way to the end of this game. I don't think she desperately needs a bingo here. She could just get a bunch of good scoring plays to stay ahead. So that being said, if she wanted to go the bingoing route and fish with something smaller, she could just plop her N down right here. So that would score well. Chin, a very useful word to know in Collins with want. So yeah. Just have to see which direction she goes. I feel like she's down by not quite 40. I would be sorely tempted to take 30 odd points here. She can get 34, 32 points in this spot. That really cuts the gap quite a bit. Also, note that Jason just played VAE. So just VAE only. That would seem to indicate that he probably doesn't have too many of the other high scoring tiles left to play. So you can see down here, you've got the W. She's going to play Pater. Okay. So this is a good play. It's probably about as good as playing Peyton in the same spot. She probably knows Pater and like Mater and Pater. She knows those maybe a little bit more confidently than Peyton. Maybe she would play that N instead of the R if she knew for sure. But either way, those two plays are super, super close. And now she gets back really close on the scoreboard. Look at the score now as it's over to Jason, 310 to 305. So good. I think I like this choice for her, and she has full NEP. That's kind of a surprisingly good draw just because you've drawn the F and the P, which are going to be good to score with. If Jason can't find a way to score a good number of points on this turn, she might be able to sneak ahead. And she is noted. You can see that she is realizing that she can play plentiful here. I don't think, yeah, the rack, as long as it's visible, that's good. But yeah, it doesn't. All right, there we go. So, yeah, I mean, this spot right here would maybe be a little bit risky to use. But she could play Pelf in that spot, a word I think she'll see, for 34. So if Jason plays something low scoring somewhere else here, she might be able to seize control of the game a little bit. And remember, there's still a lot of junk still to come. These are not particularly good bingo tiles at all. 3 Gs, you could easily see. Give the F in the triple lane, for sure, that's risky. This could get you hit pretty hard in response. So maybe if there was a better option that didn't score such a nice number of points, maybe if instead of Pelf here, maybe she'll want to play Pelf here, for example. As we're going to see what Jason's play is, he's going to play Keg That's pretty good, I would assume. It doesn't really open too much more back, and it scores decently well. It scored 24 for Jason. That should be enough. This is going to be really tight down the stretch of the game, for sure. So now she will have to make a decision about how aggressive to be here. It could be very tempting. Whoops. She is going to play the safer Pelf. Very nice. So this is definitely an active choice by her to avoid. There's no way she didn't also see that this spot scores more. But this is very, very difficult to access the triple. There's only one more S left, and plays there don't really do much anyway. So, all right, back over to Jason. Nice idea by her. 28 points, and she's down by 1 point. So I do feel like the S is going to loom large here. Whoever gets that S is going to have a little bit more flexibility to get good scores down the stretch of the game. Let's see if she can pluck it here. Oh, all right. Well, the W, oddly, you normally don't want to see the W, but here it's actually a welcome sight, because if Jason is sort of languishing with like A, G or something like that and can't really do too much, now that W is going to allow Heidi to get a little bit higher of a score. So yeah, this is a bunch of. It's funny that we were guessing that Uwu. She had Uwu lined up on her rack earlier when she exchanged tiles, but now she has oh whoa, the other freshly added 3-letter word. So yeah, we'll see. I don't really think that plays super productively here. Oddly, the highest scoring place to play it is kind of a non-starter. You could play it right here, which is really scary. I don't think you want to go that route. Maybe there are other places to play it, but either way, the W is definitely a good draw. Many more new threes, that's true. So these two.
Whatever is the matter. You got both blanks. What are you
I know. Now it's really close, and I just don't. If I open up something stupid, I'm gonna lose this game. But I
He's
really
right.
Open up something stupid.
He's right. The game is super close. This is a fun one to start for sure.
Let's just have some fun.
Wow. Is he really gonna do that? He is thinking about playing Jin right here. Oh man, that's gonna score very well for him. If this N fits right here, all right, he's gonna go ahead and think better of it. That could have been crazy. He plays his J for 29. That looks way safer than what he had been considering there. 29 points. So yeah, it would have been so crazy to see that other spot go down. All right, it's Heidi's turn now. She's down 30. There's still time. There's still a lot of tiles in the bag, so she can still draw something good, get a little bit lucky. She could potentially play safe here as opposed to opening anything just by playing Woo right here. She's going to go ahead and play now, getting the extra points for the J. This does risk kind of scary draws. If she were to draw something like I here, that would be devastating no matter what you play. But even something like AI, which would normally be a good draw after, a more balanced play, you could run into some trouble with this. But this does score 26, so if she can pluck out of there, so we unseen, just to remind you, this tile, we know Jason has that tile. So it looks like there's some chance for her, but to draw that second blank. But actually, we know that is not a possibility. Which actually, her winning chances are a little bit less optimistic than we would expect. So, buffering. Okay, that's on That's on my end. Okay, I see it's back. In grain. Oh my god. In grain. So this is the only playable bingo. Very, very nicely spotted. In grain. Yes, it can be spelled like this as well as the E. She's probably going to have to challenge this just because it's so devastating to her if it stays on the board. Yeah. So, yeah, sorry. I saw that my. So she is going to challenge it. I think it makes total sense that she would. The bag is now empty, so she knows that she's not going to be able to. Um, there it is. Okay, extra 5 points for Jason here. Nicely spotted. That was the only playable bingo. So a couple of quite nice plays by Jason down the stretch of this game. And it's going to be a tough loss here for Heidi in game one. So tough just because that mid-game sequence of Jason bingoing with Viddled, bingoing with Tainted, and drawing the second blank immediately. She did get a little brief moment of respite after that Tasers play. But yeah, too much good stuff. Well, it looks like the rack. Okay, I think you can see the rack there. She might not know the I hook. I should probably change this font. What's the best font to use for? Would it be like red, blue, green? Maybe red? Is that better? You guys see that a little bit better? I don't know. What's the best color to use? Hopefully it's somewhat visible. If she knows the I hook, she has plays here that score a lot. There is also an E hook to this play that she might end up using. But none of those things are going to be enough here with the deficit at the level that it is. Hey, Florora, nice to see you. So, yeah, we're all celebrating the return of Heroin to Birds to Twitch. Getting bopped by Twitch cops for having a drug reference a name. They didn't understand that when you put an E at the end of the word heroin, it's a female hero, not the drug. So, oh, there we go. So she got, pulled over by the Twitch cops and arrested for that, which is shocking. But she's been released. And she is competing at a rated tournament in Calabogie, Ontario. Exactly, Adam. Exactly. So I am here. I am not going to be providing coverage of the whole tournament, but just a few games today. There are actually 12 games at this tournament over 2 days. Hey, what's up, Matcha? Heidi's going to be happy to see you. We're happy to see her, of course. Mike gifting 10 subs right off the bat. We have to let her know. And that you can, Mike, if you're still around, you'll get your props for that. Looks like it'll be a tough loss in game one. But again, 12 games to go. Lots of fun players. And I think even when I'm not here, she's going to be streaming. It might not be as easy to see everything going on with the score and all of that stuff. But you'll still be able to watch her play and see some cool moves go down as she is wont to do. So she's probably thinking, do I possibly have a bingo through this N? Is there any way that I have like lucation or culation or something like that? Like, oh wait, no, she has an E, not a T. So yeah, it's even crazier to imagine anything going down through these letters. I don't think there's anything you can even imagine here. So yeah, just trying to figure out what to do, what's the best idea. It looks like she might be getting set to play something in that spot. I think she probably has a little bit of time still to go here. So yeah. But it's great to see everybody hanging out, flocking back to the channel. And I just hope that Twitch will smile upon Heroin to Birds forevermore and not erroneously ban her. I think what actually happened is that upon investigation, they cleared her of wrongdoing and they said, yeah, your name actually is not wrong in any way, but we can't change it back for 6 months anyway, which is insane to say. Shouldn't that be like so easy to do if you're on Twitch staff? Shouldn't you be able to just hit a few keys and change the name back? It doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. So the exasperated hiss there. It felt like she did so many good things in this game to stay close. Even though I feel like the Barony's play was very flashy, it probably wasn't, mathematically optimal, but she drew well enough to play Dronius just 2 turns later, so she got out of that pretty quick. And then she made a lot of good plays down the stretch of the game, but of course we knew that Jason had the second blank, and he struck with it before she could land that bingo that might have secured her the game. So that's going to happen. When your opponent draws both blanks, it will often be a majorly uphill battle, and that's kind of how it went here. So maybe better luck in the next games. I will pin a link to the tournament standings here. This is like a huge... Hold on. This link... Why is it that when you try to link something from Facebook, it gets all this crap on the URL? You know what I'm saying? Has anybody ever tried to link something? I should have said it's standings, but whatever. So there's the link to the game is being directed by none other than Axer Typo, Josh Sokol. Sorry, the tournament is being directed by Josh Sokol, and he is running it on the increasingly convenient and excellent Woogles tournament software. So again, huge shout out to Woogles. So many tournaments now have been hosted on there. Heidi's looking. I think she's getting ready to play something, and there we go. The eye hook of Penny. That is not... Let's see what the definition bot thinks this is before we just start laughing. Okay, it's an archaic word for a penny. That's hilarious. I didn't realize that. Let's not think too hard about the plural of this word. So ice goes down. It's going to score pretty well, but not enough, as I just had a cat jump off my lap. Let's see if we can catch, for those that have been begging for a cat cam. There you go. A little bit. There she goes. That's Zoe. See you later. At some point, I seriously do want to stream more on my own channel again. I know I've said that for literally a year now or something. So, all right, Sog is the play. Is she going to challenge this? What is she laughing at? Sog.
I mean, you had all the other vowels.
I could have put any vowel.
You just wanted me to give you 5 points.
She's thinking about...
How many is it?
22.
She doesn't like Sog, but she's going to go ahead and let it stay, I guess. So after this, all right, she is going to... she's got to move that up. Nicely done. That's her only outplay of Alloy. So nice endgame sequence for her, and that is going to be the final score. 465 for Jason to 403, and they have the score correct. All right. Tough one. We got the handshake. Good sportsmanship. Good plays in this game. Couple mistakes by both players, but nothing crazy. Nice game to start. So, yeah, I think she's... So I don't know if she can hear me. We're still working on how to hear me, but let's let her, if you have anything to say to Heidi, now's the time.
Oh, so Jello was curious that you didn't even see Iliad? so.
Yeah.
It's just I and E.
For vowels.
Well, that's what I mean, for vowels, yeah.
Yeah, P-E-N-E. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the pasta. It's like a ball peen hammer. Is there anything else suspicious?
I don't think so, because I didn't want to not challenge, right? So, I don't.
Yeah, Droniest, I worried about for 2 seconds. I'm like, no, it must be good. What's the other one? Oh.
What? Is Mike here? Hi, Mike.
Okay. Should we square it up, or?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, did you put scores in?
I did, yeah.
Okay. You didn't even ask me to verify?
Sorry. That's it. The game is null. First round doesn't count.
Thank you for the gift subs, Mike. Everyone to Birds is back. Got my name back. Did you hear that?
I saw something about it. I don't really know.
I waited 7 months for my name to go back into the pool. After they, like...
Yeah, they
yeah.
barred you or something?
They do that, and then they're like, oh, our bad, but we can't give you your name back. We don't do that. Sorry, just wait for 6 months till your name gets back.
Stupid.
Thank you. Good luck with all your...
You two have fun. Remember, that's the most important thing.
It is the most important thing.
Have fun.
Yes. Don't let those prime subs go to waste.
Farming primes. She's a pro, folks. One of the first things out of her mouth is farming the primes. Any primers? That's hilarious. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, she has rigged up this setup. I think the internet on site is also not the best, and it's still watchable. So that's very, very nice. She is she's playing Noah Slatkoff in round 2. Noah, very, very strong player, one of the top seeds.
So, I go like this, and I'll show my...
So I need to get that squared away. It's round 2 versus Noah. And I have the... What is this? It's not Jason, it's Noah. Okay. Cool. Let's go back. Who's first? Who did he say was first? Noah is first. Okay, cool. So we're going to go back to the very beginning. Reset these scores. Hopefully this works. I think I need to save this as a different game, maybe. There we go. Okay, I think we're reset. So she seems like she's going to jump straight into game 2 here. So I actually can't even see like how many viewers we have or anything like that, but it seems like it's a solid group of people. So thank you to everybody for coming back on a very momentous occasion, the return of Heroin to Birds to Twitch after a 7-month. I was saying 6. But it's actually 7-month ban. One of the least just bans in internet history. And I'm getting a gift from my cat. She has given me a blue dinosaur. So I am going to retrieve this gift. She may want to sit on my lap again. That's probably why she's been doing this. Heidi's showing her scoreboard tech, which is very impressive. It's like a pro level etch-a-sketch.
I'm trying to erase my thing so you can see. Okay, ignoring you guys again, sorry.
All right. We're back. So Noah is going first in this game. Let's. Oh no, Clovery. He has Clovery lined up. It's gonna go down for a bajillion points here. Oh my god.
Bingo, it doesn't matter.
Crazy. Crazy. That's brutal. At least Heidi has Toaster.
Check these words.
Yeah, that's why I showed
She's gonna challenge it. She's gonna challenge. It is valid. Clovery is valid. So he's gonna get an extra few points, but at least she will be able to respond potentially with some bingos. She has some tough ones here for sure. The best one is through the R. So nowhere to play Toaster or rotates because this C is so annoying and blocks off any possibility of overlapping. Finding her best play is going to be tough. It's actually rostrate through this R. That's an annoying word to anagram, I feel. But I think I like her chances of finding retotals at a minimum through this L if she doesn't see that. There is one more, even more obscure word that she could potentially play through the C, which any Collins aficionados out there can spot that. But yeah, rostrate's not a valid word, but it would take a P, prostrate. Not prostate, but prostrate, which I feel like is to, get on your knees and pray, right? Prostrate in front of somebody. I don't know if that's what that means, but that would be kind of a cool P hook if she spots it. I don't hate her chances of finding rostrate here, but I definitely like her chances of finding retotals at some point here. Hopefully it doesn't take super long to get through this turn. This is one of these, turns where your bingo tiles are just so nice. You've got 7-letter words on your rack that don't play. If you don't see the 8-letter words quickly, it could take a while where you're just like going crazy of how could I not have a bingo here? So I think the worst case scenario is that she takes a while because she's so fixated on Toaster and rotates being on her rack and there she sees Rheostat. She's clearly wishing for an H, but no H to save her here. She's going to have to figure out another way. I don't know. Is she going to find rostrate? This is tough. We got to send prayers up to Heroin to Birds here. Can you spot rostrate to stay close in this game? 82 points, her best bingo. And failing that, retotals for 61 would be a sacrifice of 21 points off of her top option here. So we'll see what she is able to come up with.
There's so many letters there.
True. So true. What is she gonna see? Doing some... Yeah, no, yep, no H, no G for garrots. All right. Letters are kind of working their way into the right order and then shuffling back away again. There is a lot to look at. As she just said, it's actually really annoying that with such good bingo tiles, you really do have to look carefully at every letter on the board. And unfortunately for her, the words that she can be expected to find, all right, I think she... Oh, I thought she was about to find retotals. Keep in mind, it's nerve-wracking, too, to be on stream. Gotta try to not think about that when you're on stream, but I know she's always thinking about you all in the chat, so she's probably saying, oh man, I don't want to disappoint anybody. You guys are about to see my box tech. Zoe the cat doesn't really jump as well as she used to, so what we do is she has a cardboard box that she gets in, and she gets a box lift up onto my desk. And from here,
I don't want to try.
she will be able to crawl out of the box and get onto my lap. Yeah, you want to come out? Oh, rotators. Oh no. Noah's going to challenge this real fast. This is a totally reasonable try. I would definitely say this is quite reasonable of her to go for this. Rotators with an O, of course, is valid. Rotator, like a rotator cuff. And now we got
Can't
the
you just
cat
let it
here
go?
again. Good job, Zoe. But Noah is for sure challenging this, and a tough break.
I don't know why I even tried. I was pretty sure it wasn't good. But...
Yeah, she's just going for it. I think she's going for it because she couldn't find anything else necessarily right there. And she knows that being down 93
but
points
see how annoying that was? Like,
to...
literally, like,
oh, yeah,
the only
'cause
thing you can freaking play that I can't do anything with.
is going to get challenged. So tough break, but she's definitely, yeah, the woof. The Woogle's woof. You can imagine it. So back over to Noah. He's definitely happy to see that come down. Heidi's sighing, but also laughing. So, yeah, it's tough. You know, Noah is one of the best players in Canada and North America by extension. He is a multi-time former school Scrabble champion. So going down 93-0 in the early going against a player like that, he's rated 19, probably close to 2000 if I had to guess, 1950-ish. So against a player that good, you might feel compelled to take a risk that you wouldn't normally. And down comes a bingo immediately. So that was coming down almost no matter what. Raw straight would have still allowed that to play. There's no way to avoid getting hit with that on your next turn. So that's was still going to be a tough start for her no matter what. But now it's a very tough start. The only saving grace here might be easier bingos now, just knowing that, it looks like the rack cam changed a little. I'm sure it's not, like, rooted in place. Oh! There we go. Sorry, let me get that squared away. Okay, so at least she will now get to play rotates, which is some saving grace. I guess technically a slightly better option. This score's 78. C Trout through the U would have been 82, but those two plays are super close. Not really going to quibble too much with that. So now, got to get the scores updated. It is 160-78, so quite the uphill battle. Hey, Big Bad Dirty Dog. Yes, it has been a long time since we have had Heroin to Birds on Twitch. 7 months in Twitch jail. Banned unjustly for having a drug reference in her Twitch name, when of course she doesn't. Ooh, and Noah is helpfully giving us his tiles, meaning he is almost certain to plop his Z down right here in short order, I would think. And that's going to make Heidi's comeback trail even tougher. So yeah, 7 months in Twitch jail, celebrating with some Scrabble. I'll be here for a little bit, but I think Heidi's going to be streaming even longer than my stint on the channel. So I'm just keeping things warm for a little bit. And there is the aforementioned Z play, 54 points. Yikes. That's a tough one to see that go down when you just bingoed on your second turn. If you're Heidi, you're hoping, man, maybe I can sort of make a go of this and come back. She remarks that he got 54 points using WU, which is a very, very impressive feat. And now it's back over to her with kind of mismatched tiles. she'll probably want to look for overlaps here or underlaps under here, and she has spot. Oh, this is fantastic. A boil. Look how quickly she spotted that. That's going to go down with a whole bunch of nice overlaps right here if she decides to go that route. That is her top evaluated play according to the computer engine, along with a couple other choices, similar choices in that spot. So very nice. Okay, the Nightbot has been here waiting to say that for the last 7 months. That is hilarious. That's one of the funnier Nightbot messages I've seen. So yeah, she is going to go ahead and play a boil. Very nice. Great overlaps. This is a really nice play. Maybe she can underlap it again. I don't know exactly how she would do that. The X is going to be kind of tough to use in that spot. I guess XU would fit. 38 points for a boil. That's a nice play for sure. So Noah has been helpfully showing us his tile rack under the camera. So we'll just have to see if he does that again. I think the scores are up to date. This is up to date. It's Noah's turn. There we go. Oh my god, he has that X. He has the X. So I don't think he will be able to do anything with this spot. So just for the record, ticks is a valid word. He doesn't have the U to play Alu and XU, which would score a boatload there. I'm wondering is there any point in keeping, if he were to play something like Isoli with that rack, maybe keeping the X and try to draw the U. There's 2 U's on the board already, so I don't think that's the best strategy. So he's probably going to play his X off somewhere. Where that is, I'm not sure. But meanwhile, Heidi draws the J, so that's taking calls.
Yes. No, I'm in the middle of a Scrabble tournament. Playing a tournament game. What's the matter? Oh. That's early, isn't it? That's earlier than you thought you were going to be? Did you get in trouble? Are they letting you go early as punishment? Yeah, I wanted them to get up too because I had somebody come in and pick up that thing. But no. Okay, anyways. Good luck. Okay, bye.
Well, that is somewhat against normal protocol, but we're going to let it slide because we're so happy to see Heidi back on Twitch, taking phone calls during her games. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I don't know what the rules have to say about that. Nobody at this venue cares about that. I'm sure if this was like the finals of the Scrabble Championship, you probably would not be allowed to answer your phone during the game, but this doesn't rise to that level of litigiousness. She has to gift 5 subs. That we'll let her know after. We'll let her know after that. After this game, Mike, that's her penalty. She's probably not going to like that penalty because maybe someone else will do that for her. I don't know if that's me or what, but all right. So Muffin says that was me. I just told her, okay, so Nixie is the play. I'm sure Noah was thinking about keeping that X, and maybe if I keep it, I can get XED or XU or something there. I think his play of Nixie makes a little bit more sense to keep those nice bingo tiles. Noah could easily hit another bingo to stay ahead here, and now it's back over to Heidi. She has the J. She's definitely going to be looking to dump it. Let me get everything all flipped around. Scores are updated. Nice to see you, Muffin. Not sure if you had any intention at any point of playing at this tournament or not, but seems like a solid group out there at Mike Downey's cottage in Calabogie. Seems like a beautiful venue, and the internet cooperating right now. Look at these crystal clear board shot and rack cam here. So yeah, what to do here. It looks like with these letters that maybe she is considering playing Jihad right here. I think that certainly makes sense to get the J on a triple word score. Maybe a little bit better positionally for her here would be playing DJ into the Y of Clovery. That way you can still play 8-letter words into the D and E of Udemon, and maybe you sometimes get lucky playing into the CL and O of Clovery as well. So Jihad kind of obstructs a lot of those options in one go, but she may not be able to come up with anything that much better than that. So she's going to play for the second straight game. She's going to keep hope alive and play Hade. She played that in the first game as well, hoping for better things with that J. This feels like sensible, especially if there was like a really good J spot somewhere on the board. I'm not sure that there is, and that's going to make it difficult for her to play a bingo here. So we'll see. She'll have to draw super well. At this deficit, I would probably have really, really tried hard to get rid of that J at all costs, but she's going to hope that she can do better. She probably, maybe she saw Jihad scores in the 30s, maybe she didn't see DJ, and she's thinking to herself, man, it sucks to play my J for only 30. Let's see if I can hold it and try to get closer to, 40 or 50 going forward. Hope you guys can still see the frame rate dropping. Don't know why it's... Hopefully it's... I think it's getting back into the green zone. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I saw that I just dropped a whole bunch of frames there, but we should be back. Yeah, okay, we're back in the green zone now. All right.
29.
Celli. Is this a plural of cello? I guess it probably is, right? Celli down low, blocking the good scoring spot. This is kind of interesting because Tick takes a few different hooks, not just the K that Heidi has, but also the E. Tice is also a word. So this is an aggressive play on Noah's part for sure. All right, the score is right. It's Heidi's turn. Yep, everything's all good. So she's definitely going to be looking to play underlapping here, but it's actually not that easy. She doesn't quite... Like, she could play K, E, A under here. That's pretty good. It scores 40, but it leaves her with J, O, T, T, so that's kind of the best that she can do. If she wants to get rid of her high scoring tiles, something like Jokey into this Y might be a little bit better, keeping all the good bingo tiles and hoping to, maybe she can hit a bingo ending in E or something. But maybe the sneaky surprise option that I don't know if I would have the patience to see is to play Takeout. She can double with Takeout here, leaving the J for next turn. It's kind of a... You wouldn't think that that would be the location of one of the best plays, or arguably the best play. Scoring 44 points here as opposed to 40 down here. So you get 44 for Takeout, 40 for Kia, and 38 for Jokey right here. So, oh, wow. Okay, so she's going to play Joke in that spot down low. That's actually a pretty, you know what? I kind of like the idea here. This scores almost as well as Jokey, only one fewer point, and it blocks that spot from Noah, where now it's pretty close to dead, actually. So she's preventing Noah from hitting that spot hard and keeping ATT, which maybe if she could draw another E out of the bag, that's going to materialize into bingos next turn a fair amount of the time. So I didn't generate that as a choice, but I actually think it has a really good rationale behind it. That being said, with her at a deficit the way that she is right now, down almost 100. Uh-oh. There we go. Ensuring Another bingo comes down for Noah. That's the only playable bingo for him. And he's going to jump out to an even bigger lead here. I think the score is now up to date. Everything's up to date. So yeah, as I was saying, with the score being so far in Noah's favor, I might have opted to keep this bottom row open. As crazy as that seems, you normally would never want your opponent to get a free crack at such a heavy overlap. But if you're trailing by 100-ish or more, keeping it alive actually puts a little bit of extra pressure on your opponent there. So a couple different ways to go. I really don't quibble with the play of joke, but yeah, Noah hitting ensuring. And another tough start here. It really does go back to, would have been still an uphill battle, but that first play of rotators through the R with an E instead of the two O's. Could she, if she plays Rostrate, such a different game from this point in time. So Patent is the play. She had 3 T's. This is a great way to get rid of 2 of them. Just want to point out another interesting choice could have been extant here through this X using similar letters. She wouldn't have used the P. She would have kept instead, but scoring a little bit more in that spot. And there you can see, oh my God, Noah drawing extremely well. He's definitely bingoing here with those extremely nice tiles that we saw from him. I think his tiles were like enting blank. So if he can find any bingo, I mean, he might be just looking to play something on the bottom row with those. Meanwhile, Heidi draws the second blank. This is the first one she's drawn in 2 games. So we'll just have to see where does Noah play and what could Heidi get afterwards, because there are kind of cool bingos that she might be able to play off of this P if it stays open. Only one bingo that Noah could play from that P that would really be worth it. I think if he's going to make his top scoring play here, it's going to be printing off of that P in a very obscure word.
Come on.
And there you see, who among us is not, I mean, we're all saying it. We're all thinking
I'm
it.
getting hosed.
Supposed to do good on this or on this.
And
We're all thinking it. She's just the one saying it.
83.
So there it is.
there's no way you're going to do that unless it's a word, but God. Let's check it.
Reasonable check on her part. If you're not absolutely sure, you're going to check it. Pretty sure he said R, so that's going to give him an extra, extra few points. And it is good. Cha-ching. 5 more points for Noah. Heidi saying, I'm getting hosed. It's kind of true. I mean, it is kind of true. It's not been a good... At the same time, you know, a stickler among us would say, well, different game if you play Rostrate instead of Rotators to start out, for sure. And that is true. It would be.
For 212 points.
It would be a very different game. Has to be a soundbite. Mike, I assume you're referring to the "I'm getting hosed." Yes, that would be a great soundbite. It would be funny to have a soundboard of common Heidiisms, heroin to birdisms. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of them out there, but hopefully, you know, we'll hit the ground running. And streams will be more frequent here. Of course, that's going to be great. She's very entertaining. So, all right. Let me get the board right side up for you all. It's her turn. The score is correct. She's going to play Thionate. Nice find here. I was wondering if she was going to play it in another spot, but this seems reasonable. I was thinking, is she going to play that here, get an extra point? She might be thinking that this word maybe takes an E-hook of ethionate, which it actually does not. This word takes no hooks. She's going to play it for 73 points right here. And we move on. Okay, so nicely spotted. That's a nice bingo by her for sure. It's going to cut the gap a little bit, but their time is really running out here. 22 tiles left. You can see sort of how far the game is along in that area there. Noah has, I think I read FOMBDRG for Noah. So that is his turn here. Not a great draw for him. It's actually very difficult for Noah to do much with all those consonants. He can't really block this T, which is absolutely what he wants to do. Look at that smile. Look at she draws FUVW, and you can tell she is not feeling it right now. The tiles are not being kind to her, and she has no interest in being stoic when it's definitely she is getting hosed without question. So not great. Let's cut to, let me put in her tiles so we can see what she's looking at. This is from her point of view, even though Noah is the one to act right now. So from her perspective, doesn't look like there's a ton of hope left. Only one S. QU. Decent bingo tiles, but not great. Even consonant vowel ratio. So yeah, there's not really too much to hope for here from her perspective. And I'm curious to see what Noah is going to do. He plays Mob, taking no chances whatsoever here. No reason to allow her to possibly get a triple-triple. And that makes total sense. So Mob goes down. She can sharing her misfortune.
He has my stuff basically right now.
All right, I think this is all up to date. Board turn. Looks like another competitor. We might be seeing Heidi play Chris Tenden at some point. He's looking at how terrible her tiles are, and they are not good. She does have that S. That's the lone real saving grace here. The rest of it is straight trash. You do not want VWFU on your rack almost at any time.
I had anything to play.
Yeah, she says don't have anything to play. She's kind of right. Not really sure. I guess cashing the S here, putting something here is like the best she can do. That's kind of a sad referendum on how bad her tiles are. I'll try not to speak over her agitated growls and gripes. All right, she's not growling as much anymore. So it does worth mentioning. It does warrant a mention that even in games that are totally out of hand like this, technically, the margin of victory, cumulative margin of victory in your games in a Scrabble tournament is a tiebreaker. So it incentivizes you to keep fighting even when things look bad, which they definitely do in this game. Down well over 100. But, you try to keep fighting, try to cut that deficit as much as you can, and hope that the tiles smile upon you in another game. It should be mentioned as well that Noah is one of the top two players here. The other one being Axer Typo, Josh Sokol, two champion level players. There is a big drop off from there. So it's not surprising to see Noah playing fantastically well. He's bingoed with Clovery, U-Demon, Insuring, Prenting. 4 bingos for him in one game. That's pretty crazy. Really, really good fortune for Noah and well spotted in each case. I think she's getting ready to exchange.
Why? Just take 0 score for no reason. Because what am I going to do even if I get nice letters? Nothing.
That's true. True. I hate this game, she says. She says, I hate this game. It can be frustrating when things aren't going your way, for sure. Scrabble can be rough, there's no doubt. So, yes, the hard truth. Yeah. Hopefully, it'll go better in subsequent games than this. But again, this could be the peak of difficulty. Basically, again, Noah and Josh Sokol, by far the two strongest players in the field. So the odds of somebody just going ham with 4 bingos.
Yeah, like I can't. There's like nothing I can do. Page 5.
Okay, she dumps it. So she had some decent scoring options, but it's really hard to get on her here for dumping all that crap and try to do a little bit better. Maybe she'll draw QU and some other good tiles here. So she exchanges FUDVW. It's just so bad. Let's see what she gets. And defrag. Very nice. 48 points for Noah. Damn, that's a heavy-hitting play too. Nicely done. I didn't turn the board in time. That was Noah's turn. So it actually is back to Heidi. Let's see what she draws. Is she gonna draw a Q without a U? That's entirely possible. The way this game's going, nobody could be surprised. Oh my god. Brutal. That's hilarious. That is so trash. All right. Well, look, we're immortalizing these draws with on Twitch right here. Everybody's getting to see that. It's very easy to sit back and say, well, she shouldn't have played Rotator. She should have played Rostrate instead. That's true, but it also does not take away the fact that she has drawn horrendously in this game. Still laughing, though. Still laughing. So
I think I missed something good last time, probably last turn.
nothing great.
Like, I mean, not great, but obviously better than what I did, which was nothing.
Wow. Mind melt. All right, from her perspective, what is the goal here? She probably wants to play her E here. So something, if she knows this to be a word, which is not a given, she can play something like iron in that spot, using 3 vowels, scoring decently, not emptying the bag. That's fine. You could also play only vowels by playing A-I-N-E right here. These are 2 Collins only words. She's going to take the aggressive route here
13.
and dump 2 vowels, leaving pretty nice tiles behind, but I do feel that Noah, these are quite flexible to overlap. It just seems nearly impossible that Noah is not going to hammer this spot with something, and then there really isn't that much left to hit on the board. So in a vacuum, using 2 vowels, keeping these very, very good bingo tiles makes a ton of sense, and man, unrelenting for her here for sure. So it's Noah's turn. Score is updated. He hasn't spun the board yet, I guess. There we go. He's spinning it now. And this is again from Heidi's perspective. So could we see a QU play go down here? Absolutely, but it's actually not that easy. You kind of need both E's. QU, yeah, it's not that easy for Noah. There's just not enough vowels where he could be in some trouble without them. Yeah, it looks like he maybe doesn't have those vowels. So Fjord, nice play by him to play through IO on the board and score decently. And back over to Heidi. 1 tile in the bag. Let's get all this, yeah. As Noah says, 1 more. And what do you even do here? I think probably it's unrealistic for her to try to get 1 more bingo. It's going to get blocked, especially because There's really only this spot unless you open a new spot. Like maybe she could play like an A here and draw something that plays in 2 spots. You would have to go through and actually look. Maybe if you play A, D, up, raise. That doesn't quite fit. Okay, Spurry Eye. So if you play an A and draw the Q, you can bingo in 2 places. That's not a great plan because anytime you don't draw the Q, the P, I should say. Oh, she wanted to play overlaps, but she didn't see that she was playing A I I.
I was pronouncing it in my head, and it ended with an A.
Probably the best she can do there is urea or something like that. So yeah, it's not going to be great either way. So yeah, we'll just have to see. Tough one for sure. I think we'll see who she plays next. I think it's prepared for a while actually. So in round 3, she's gonna play the host with the most, Mike Downey. That should be a more even situation from a word knowledge standpoint and skill standpoint. Heidi is a very skilled player. The word knowledge really the only thing that separates her from maybe that next level up. And somebody like Noah has incredible word knowledge. All right, there we go. She is seeing the Mob hook after all. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Just a minute.
She wanted to play Ensure, but it didn't quite fit. Unfortunately. So. Let's see what she goes with here. All right, Rinse. She's going to play Rinse.
Oh my god, I'm falling apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, a good amount of points on offer here. I'm very curious to see what she's going to draw in the end game. She has AAU on her rack, so if she were to draw the Q, she now is going to have 2 places to play Aqua. So that's kind of cool. A byproduct of this. Let's see what she draws. The V. Even worse.
I forgot it was still drawing a tile.
Even worse. So yeah, the V. All right, it's back to Noah. He has, you can see what he has here. He's got good tiles. He's probably going to find a way to play his Q here, scoring a nice amount of points. And then I don't think Heidi's going to have an outplay. So we'll get to the end of this game in relatively short order. Yeah.
Frick off!
53.
What can
What the hell, Noah?
What can you say?
570.
Yeah.
Annoying. And of course, I drew the V out of the bag.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, how do I get burned so hard? It's so weird, right? I hope that's a word.
She says, I hope that's a word. It is.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 21.
So both players making their best endgame plays here. Quep
So, like, I go out in 2, and then I forgot I was drawing a stupid tile.
Quep was the best play for Noah. Vought was the best play for Heidi. And now, oddly, I don't think Noah is going to play this. But hold on. He's got an A. The scores are not updated. Sorry. So with SEW on his rack. Noah actually does better playing Wii right now, not going out, but scoring 28. Actually, where can he even go out? Hold on. Okay, he's got simple, so he's got SEW. Wait, is that not, that might be better. No, yeah, it is better to play, it's better to just play Wii for 28. Apparently Heidi can't get enough points from her A to make it worth doing. So that would be very, very impressive on Noah's part to not go out. I think he's just going to play SEW here and end this game. I think most of us, oh, look at that.
28.
Amazing. Great patience by Noah. That is better than just going out now, because there really is no good place for Heidi to play her A. This doesn't seem to be affecting her mood much. It has been a rough game for sure. You know, that branching path at the beginning, right? Like, how many games where you draw this way could you avert by one different play early on, right? There's no way to know. It's impossible. It drives us crazy to think about it. Like, could this game have gone every bit as, or nearly every bit as lopsidedly had Heidi played raw straight instead of rotators on her first turn? Absolutely. She was still in huge trouble. Noah was going to bingo, and she finds one of her two places to play this for 5. That actually is best for her. And that's going to get to the end of the game when she plays this. 5 points and out. Bringing her to 352 to 598.
352? So yeah, for me.
She's going to have a lot to say.
Oh my god, that was harsh.
I just kept drawing. Kept drawing fingers.
Yes, I was watching your game. Sitting with my back to it, watching.
Printing.
Now's everybody's time to...
600. Well, I didn't let him get...
Everybody needs to say...
As if I stopped him from doing anything.
Yeah, like he had a choice.
So yeah, I didn't even frickin' see this. So I probably could have played something here when I had a whole bunch of consonants. D, V, W, S.
Everybody say something nice to Heidi in the chat after such a tough game. It sucks to lose. Everybody say something nice to Heidi right now.
Yeah, I have plays there.
Bring up those spirits.
I thought Moog might be good, but either way, like, I didn't even see that. I wasn't even looking at it.
I made a big sacrifice here. I have plays here with her.
Nice,
You
Mike.
should have just got your points. Let me earn some points.
Yeah, but I could lose the game now.
You could not. Lies. Not the way I draw. You should have just kept it exciting, Noah. We're here to have fun. You're like, you may be here to have fun. I'm here to win the money.
I think she's going to check in.
Ice Slug! I did so well. Did not do well. Tough one, but next one will be better. We'll see. I don't know. I'm starting to feel loopy though, so that's fun. Did you always have teeny tiny handwriting?
No, I'm just on no paper right now.
You're conserving. I really am happy for you. It was a nice game. It was fun. This was like crazy.
Yeah, it might be the best opening play.
It's like how did you draw Clovery in your opening rags? Like to give me 0. Nothing. Did I have anything?
You had retotals.
Oh yeah, retotals. Why do I not know that word? Why didn't I not see that?
That's all I saw, though.
That might be the only thing. But I should see that. There's no freaking reason why I shouldn't see that. Damn it. But I was so stressed out.
No, it's just Ross Bridge.
I don't know. Raw Street.
I don't know if
I think I had my tiles in that configuration, but I was like, I don't think that's a good word.
And Sectator.
Also, no.
I know, I would have just played retotals.
Yeah, that's bad that I missed that. That's freaking bad that I missed retotals.
It happens.
How am I gonna, guys? How am I gonna not screw up? Probably drinking is not gonna help. Oh, we should square, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, I was so stressed out. I couldn't see anything. You did that.
On stream, too.
Well, I don't care about that as much, but just yeah, I just wasn't. I should not miss retotals. That's really bad.
352, right?
all right. Next game, she's gonna play Mike. I know she's happy to read everybody's kind messages or silly messages in the chat.
Perfectly played game. I'm so sure.
It was, I mean, ever after that first move,
For Noah, did he play perfectly?
Noah played very well.
Unless it did that one, I wasn't sure.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, but I think I just didn't do it at the end.
All right, let's see.
It's nice though. I think it makes for a lively game, especially like when my turns take friggin'
There we go.
6 minutes sometimes. It's boring. They could be like, well, Noah has a lot of interesting turns.
Well, we're doing this from
My rep when it came to my turn, though.
Yeah.
H2B POV.
Good luck on the next one.
Yeah, good luck.
So she's going to be playing Mike. Let's change the picture of Mike. There we go. Everything.
I feel like I made a couple good plays there. Nonetheless.
Can she?
Did I? What did you guys like?
What did you all like? Let's see. We'll give her a report. I mean, we like to boil.
Is anybody
Yeah.
following the tournament page? Who am I playing next? Let's see. I guess I have a code. I shouldn't. So 0 and 2, and what was my score? 3. 02 was it?
Oh, what have I done here?
5 2. 6 5 9 8.
There we go.
252.
I might have a sneeze here. Let's see. What else can we? So
Minus 3, 14 after 2 games.
minus
Yay. With my beer or my water?
-3. Yeah, she's minus 300. So she's gonna claw back. I believe she's gonna claw back some points here. Will it be against Mike? And her next round would be against Chris, and then round 5, I think the last game is against Troy Frost, who I'm not as familiar with, but Troy is currently 2-0.
Should be able
So
to still make reasonable choices with the beer.
So we shall see. Hope everybody's enjoying. It is nice to have this channel back up and running again. I also feel like, in general, like I said earlier, I think it will be a great, great thing if we have our Scrabble creators trying to do content like this and we all try to help each other. I haven't had as much time to help out. I would love to do this for like Josh when he does his tournament streams and stuff. I should have a little bit more time.
Next round yet? Did he?
I think she's thinking about who she's playing. I think it's Mike.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out who I was playing.
It's $1 per board per game.
Yeah.
I'm just figuring out how much to take off. It's $600, right, for 12 people. 600 less $1, like $72.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you have to be careful. And
Okay.
You have to remember that it's US, so it's 50 cents US per player per game.
Okay. 50 cents per player per game. So how much?
So yes, you're right. So $1 per game. Yeah.
So
okay.
that's
So
every
so $12 US.
What?
Right?
Because there's 12.
Oh.
Concurrently, we have 6 games going on, right, each time. So that's 6. Each
Oh yeah.
round is $6.
Yeah. 12 times the number
Yeah,
of players.
72.
Calculating their fees.
US too. That's brutal.
I know.
Man.
That's what I've been. I know.
Yeah, that is sucky.
I'm in second last place right now.
Man, I opened up a triple and Troy hit and I lost. Or else I would have won. There were no blanks. It was late, but he had both of them. I think it's a risk you would have taken. But
I must be first this time, right? Though.
I probably.
I've had 2 seconds.
Then you've got. I think.
Let's check this again. How did you even see who's playing? Like how are you seeing the pairings?
It's up here.
You played.
Heidi Robertson playing.
What but how do I? Did you open the round 3?
Nope.
Make sure you check the second round.
See pairings and standing. Like how did you know you're playing me?
Games. Round 3.
Okay. Okay.
Don't put in the Ottawa thing. Put in the Calabogie 2025 or something.
Well, I just went from the code.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here now it's saying. So I'm saying you're playing Mike. You're going first. Okay.
You are. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I probably should too.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a little break.
Well earned after that game.
How's it going? How's Will's commentary?
Oh, now's your time.
Amateur.
She can't hear me.
Amateur.
She can only see you. So now's your time to troll me big time. Who's going to troll me out there in the chat?
Are you finding much better plays than I am? I'm sure that you are.
Yeah, Heidi, I fucked up a little bit.
No trolls?
Okay.
I didn't realize that the
Come say hi.
rules games need to be like who's first, who's second, whoever's first.
Josh has a very nice haircut.
I didn't realize that you're supposed to do that. I mean, I should have thought better.
Well, that's fine. When we play, we'll just ask. Like, so just remind people to ask. Right?
Yeah, next
How
time,
many first
yeah,
game?
like this game onward. Well, for the next game.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you win
No.
any games?
No. Nope. It's only been 2 though, right?
Yeah. Don't worry, you'll be playing these.
Yeah. We usually have good games though.
Yeah, exactly.
I never win.
Sometimes. What were the fucking words you played?
Calandria?
Calandria.
That's online only. I can't try that shit in a real game. Will is saying he's the greatest gift of commentary. He really is. Yeah. A boil was nice. Joke made sense. Patent was what? My chat is cut off. Will does a great impression of you. I have to hear this. I know he does many good impressions, but he always says he can't do it.
I would sooner rip out my vocal cords than try to impersonate Heidi. Because it would basically just be getting to the end result of trying to do that anyway. My vocal cords would be doomed. So I might as well get to the point, you know. So yeah. Do it just to annoy her, maybe. Yeah, there are some people where I have been asked, like for example on my own stream, the Gidfather used to repeatedly redeem my reward and ask for Stefan Fatsis, and I just have a major mental block about doing that impression. I definitely do some Scrabble player impressions, but that one I just feel like, damn man, he's like the GOAT, you know? If I do that wrong, that could go bad for me, you know? I just feel awkward about that. So, I don't know. Maybe I need to maybe that means that my imitations are like there's a power dynamic thing where I only imitate people that I'm not that don't put the fear of God in me, which is like that is dishonest in its own way. I should be using my power of impersonation to, you know, equal opportunity regardless of who I'm asked to impersonate. But yeah, there's a couple people that I think it's just an intimidation thing. Definitely.
Say hi, Mike?
No.
Say hi.
Punch up. Exactly. Exactly.
Sorry.
No,
Aw.
that's surprising.
Well, it's probably because of the
Hello
awkward
there.
setup. Mike?
Hi there. Looks like it's all working out. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's Mike,
You about to watch?
the host with the most. I think we're at Mike's cottage
Okay. Stopping looking now.
Okay.
in Calabogie.
Yes.
All right. Getting started with game 3. 2 losses so far. I guess I should capture that somehow. But you can look at the oh, did the pinned... Where's the pinned message?
Like, I mean, I'm saying I can't pay that.
Is it unpinned?
Oh, no. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so, yeah, so I'm just wondering, the other option is to charge 60 and then like add another $10.
Well, the standings are here. If I knew how to do a command, I would do it. In this message.
That is, especially because you've been
Oh, okay. Manually unpinned. That's what I should be doing.
I brought it up at the...
Okay.
I didn't realize.
Cool.
Like,
Whoops.
I was almost like, oh, that seems trivial, but it's really not trivial.
No, exactly.
Okay, so now the standings are going to be up. You can see how Heidi and everyone else is doing. Currently,
$500 is a nice, yeah, but $500 is a nice.
Oh, it's... I guess, did you want to shake those?
Yeah. Shaking it.
nice ASMR tile shaking sounds here. Hey, thanks, Lomac.
I thought I was going to need it, but no, I don't need it.
Yeah, the cottage Scrabble vibe is always a lot of fun. I kind of like it a little bit better than the super serious tournament vibes where you can actually talk to your opponent, people are laughing, you're getting up, and I don't know. I like that a little bit better than the, you know, super serious big tournament. Wouldn't want to, you know, whisper or else your opponent's going to shush you. I think this environment is closer to the platonic ideal of Scrabble, but that's kind of, I don't know if that's hypocritical because I'm also all about, you know, Scrabble is like the most strategic game and, you know, we should be getting more respect for being such a deep strategic game. So I don't know if those two things are incompatible or what, but I love the cottage vibe. I'm sure they are too. So Heidi going first in this game for the first time in 3 games, and she is about to play voice, which is without question her best play. Nicely done. She spots that really fast. No need to waste time. That was definitely correct to do. 2 E's left over, so that's going to sort of reduce the number of options that you have to think about when you have those duplicated letters. So it's back over to Mike, and let me make sure this is saving and updating the score. 28 points should be. There we go. Okay, cool. And now we wait to see this draw with those two E's. Normally we like E's, but when you have two of them already, you don't want to see any more. You'd love to see some consonants here. Whoa, what's happening? Not sure what she did there. All right, oops. Oh, okay. Oh, she spotted very, very fast. I don't know exactly what she did. It's going to be tough. Okay, she is putting the tiles centrally, helping us out here. So aerogel, she spotted that word very, very fast. And without any major change to the board, she will be able to play that with voicer at a minimum. So that'll be kind of nice to get the extra points for voice. And it looks like that option is going to be available. Depending on what Mike does, if he plays anything through this O, she will have aerogel and voicer. That should be played pretty fast. It's not even that scary. When you look at it on the board, it's going to put an A here and an L here. So not a ton here. Maybe you get hit with a 6 from time to time. Nice play by Mike, by the way, of the Collins-only Z word of Lozen. Let's get that on the board. And aerogel. Oh, she's challenging. Okay, makes sense. That's going to get an extra 5 on the challenge, bringing Mike to 33. If she's never seen it before, of course you gotta give it a challenge. But I didn't know that Mike. Oh, Muffin says Mike has been studying a lot of Collins. So there you have it. That would be how he knows that word. I thought he was sort of a NWL player moonlighting in the Collins division, but that is not a word you would see.
I didn't imagine you'd make it up.
Yeah, it's early, but I ended up getting 33, which was my other option of Saint, so which was...
They're post-morteming the play during the game. Very nice. So yeah, I think aerogel's coming down quick. Here it comes, nicely spotted. No need to waste any more time. She probably took a second to say, do I have anything better through other tiles? Hey Sam in the chat, nice to see you. So aerogel, there we go. We got heroin to birds. Heidi with a lead, a big lead for the first time in 3 games. Game 1 was a slog. At one point, she cut game 1 to a 1-point deficit against Jason Hazard, but he bingoed a bunch of times in a row. Noah just had a lot of good tiles after Heidi's misplay of rotators with an E. But now she's finally got a nice lead. Let's see what she can do with it. Oh, my pleasure. I actually feel like with more time, which I should have, not that this stream should be about me in any way, shape, or form, but I would say the biggest update for me is that I'm actually working with video editors on my YouTube channel now. So I'm really hopeful that that's going to improve my work-life balance quite a bit, to have somebody that will actually help me do the assembly on my YouTube videos, because my work-life balance has been very bad with the YouTube channel. So with a little more time, hopefully I can chip in and do stuff like this for whoever, whether it's Josh, Heidi, whoever's streaming. I feel like this, again, I've said it a few times, you see it in chess all the time. When people go to a tournament, they are able to provide a stream of their POV. Chandran, you are not making that up. Muffin, that would be an insane find for almost anybody. So it's not Heidi's turn yet, but at least I think Chandran would be playable from this sea of voicer. That is a very, very high level find. I don't think... Oh, it looks like she's thinking about Iron Hand. Oh, Chandran is going to be blocked anyway. Iron Hand. Is she going to play Iron Hand through this A? Oh, man. So Chandran gets blocked. Vila is the play for Mike. And now we could be seeing, ironclad is a word. I don't know if she's going to play this, though. This would be crazy. Little bit crazy. She's got a lead. Yeah, I think she's realizing that would be a little ambitious to play Iron Hand. Now she has HON set up that's going to go right here and score nicely, leaving good bingo tiles, undoubling her 2 N's using the O and H. Seems reasonable. Maybe a slight improvement over that, if you know it, is to tack the D on. You can play Hand in this spot as well. So the nice thing about that, 2 extra points, 1 fewer consonant on your rack going into next turn, and you deny Mike, if he were to have an E, you can't easily play 7-letter words with an E in it after Hand. You would only be able to hook an S, or actually an A, as I think of it. But this is a very reasonable option, definitely correct to play in that spot for sure, and it could be a coin flip with the other option there. So nicely spotted for sure. Let's see what she draws. Flipping the board, and it's back over to Mike. And the score 128 to 47. Hopefully that updates in a sec. Not sure why not. There we go. All right, we've got new tiles here. And this is a tough one. This is a pure word knowledge check here, as Mike is about to play our favorite 3-letter Q word. Well, I don't know. I guess chin is pretty good too, but this is more universal. Oh, he's picking it up. Never mind.
35.
Oh. Dumping that S as well. Okay. I see the ad break in progress. Sorry about that. Twitch is pretty aggressive with that now. It is back to Heidi. You want to come sit in my lap, Zoe? All right, we're going to use our box tech again. So if you missed it before, we have new tech to get the cat on my lap. It consists of this box, which I cut a little jumping hole in it so that she can jump. And then we put the box up on the table. Ooh! My whole setup is collapsing here. I think I need to spin the other way. Alright, hold on. Spinning the other way. Now she came out. And now she can come down. Here you go. Here you go. There she is. Good job. So she can get the lap that she craves without having the same jumping ability as she has had in the past. And this box goes on the ground, and we rinse and repeat. Ooh, okay, so the word knowledge check that I was referring to, was that she actually does have a stupid looking bingo here of daring. I think it is it derives from this. So it's basically daring. But then she also, she does have 2 stupid ones, because she has this as well. Which I'm not sure. I mean, those are not words that you can just anagram, I wouldn't say. You can't just come up with those from natural word knowledge. You would just have to know them by studying, and these are going to be tough. You know, they're going to be tough. She's thinking about it. Yeah, thanks, Sam. It's really... I actually... It's a long story of, like, why I have 2 instead of 1 of them, but I'm about to, at some point in the next few days, I'm going to be releasing a video that was pretty much entirely edited by not myself, and it looks awesome. It looks so good. And most importantly, I didn't spend 8 hours doing it myself. All right, what is she gonna do here? Oh, so close.
24.
So she plays Daring and Velar, which is so close to the correct play. It is actually a daring play in its own right because you're setting up a nice big S hook, so a self-descriptive play. If she would, I mean, there's no way you could ever demand that she played daring there if you aren't 1,000% of that word. So it's a very natural thing to play a regular word instead. And look at this draw again. Man, it seems like if she does so much as the slightest suboptimal choice, she's getting hosed pretty hard.
27.
How many?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get time to spin the board here or go to Mike's POV. He played ooh very fast. Board is spinning again. And ooh is the play for Mike. That could be worse. Only 27. LRTTUUI. Yuck. So she will... I think she'll have plays that she can put on the board here. None of them are going to make her feel great, but I would expect her to make a play rather than exchange. The trick is, what do you do that is kind of safe? Everything has some flaw to it that makes it unappealing, right? So if you would just play TUI right here, that might look good normally, but the E hook is lurking for easy bingos. Maybe TUI here is about the safest. There's really not a huge amount wrong with this play. The only thing I would not love about this is that it makes the Darings hook a little bit harder to obstruct, whereas if I could just play something defensive through the G, that would be my way of obstructing it. But she's clearly not worried about that, or else she wouldn't have played Daring in the first place. She could have played Drag and played it a little safer. So yeah, maybe just Tui parallel to Daring. Is that the best she can do? Hey, Savvy, nice to see you. We are celebrating Heroine to Bird's return from Twitch jail, being unjustly imprisoned for her drug reference and animal cruelty name, giving drugs to birds. In fact, it's just an anagram, and we know heroin with the E is not a drug. So yeah, Twitch overstepping in an egregious way. Thankfully, she is back unsuspended, and maybe we're going to get more Heroine to Birds on Twitch, which would be great for all of us here in Scrabble. So let's hope. Let's hope the Twitch cops learn their lesson. You can see the tiles are kind of cut off a little bit. We don't really have a way...
I know that feeling.
We don't have a way of communicating with Heidi during the game because that is, the only reason why we can do tournament coverage like this. It would not be good if we could communicate with the players, of course. So, yeah, we just have to hope. It's mostly visible. But yeah, this is rough. I could see her sort of get frustrated with how crappy the options are here and just exchange. But I would agree that, something like 2E here is worth playing. Doesn't really expose you super much to anything scary that doesn't already exist here. But, yeah, I just wonder, the other... Okay, she is going to play it there.
12.
It's not, so much worse to put this E hook here, but it can turn high-scoring consonants in this spot. We'll flip the board back. She says that must have been painful for the viewers. I guess maybe a little. Let's see what she draws. An E, that's great. Oh, outlier. Okay, that's what we like to see. So she drew outlier. She sees it instantaneously. Drawing that E super clutch. Now she's going to have two places to play it in all likelihood that won't be blocked in one go. So we're going to see our streamer hit a second bingo here in short order. I can't imagine what, I guess an overlap right here could, oh, almost. That almost gets up there. Brained. Okay. Was there any way? Probably not. A play here would have been so devastating to block both spots. But we can live with this. So Mike is going to take a temporary lead. Brained. He plays it for 69 points. Let me flip the board. It's back to Heidi. Get the score. Outlier. Whoops. There we go. So she's down to only the one spot to play this word now. So it's just here.
68, isn't it? Oh, no, it is this one.
I think you missed that one, yeah. Because I would have.
So the scary thing about this is she has only one spot, and it's going to give back triples, multiple triples, this one, but this one's not that scary. This one here, this triple lane after she plays outlier, who knows? Maybe Mike has something good there and evens the score a little bit. Whenever you see this AD, the first thing that should be going through your head is, oh crap, where's the Z? It's already played. You don't have to worry about ads. You know, a play here would be absolutely devastating. That is not a possibility. So all good on that front. Here comes the bingo. That's going to give Heidi a good solid lead here. Oh, she's putting it in the wrong spot. She will figure that out shortly. There we go.
Visual spatial processing issues.
Yeah, we've all been there. Go to bingo and put it in not exactly the right spot.
65.
But she got there in the end. Nicely spotted. 65 puts her up by a little bit over 50, so still in a good position. But there are a lot of threats on this board. Now there's this top triple. There's this S hook still right here.
I had
Plenty,
28 and then 71.
maybe high scoring.
29.
And 29 is 128.
Yeah, right.
Just verifying scores.
And then 152.
128, 152, 160. Yeah, okay. What you said was right. The 231.
No.
241.
No.
Okay, what is
So
it?
152 after,
Okay,
and then
yeah.
12, 164,
64, yeah.
and then 65 is 229, right?
229. Yes, that's right. Yeah. That's
Sound right.
right.
Correct. All right. With that taken care of, it's back to Mike. So this is a big draw. As I was saying, the board is definitely still quite active. You got these open area here. You got an S hook here. The S is definitely going to loom large. You can see there's still a couple lurking and both blanks. So this would be a great time to draw something flexible. R, D, T, F, O. We're going to see an S or a blank. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we got that blank. Maybe a few too many consonants. Oh, she has profited lined up. Not sure where that's going to go, but at least there's some chance of maybe if Mike plays something just in the wrong spot, maybe she can hit that. But I'm thinking it is likelier for her to want to dump some consonants next turn, and then, ooh, what's this? Iraq. Okay.
27, 30.
So not using any of the more volatile looking spots, instead using the upper right. That looks like a good play. Iraq scores 30. Maybe Mike had even more vowels or something like that. So let me flip this and go here. There we go. All right. So still way too close for comfort. Top priority here with that first blank in hand is going to be using up some of those consonants, like, as you can see, the P and the F. If there was a good place to play those letters, she might opt to do that. Maybe she just wants to play prof right here. You might want to keep the O in a vacuum, but it's not really possible to do anything productive while also keeping it. Also note that she has the D, so maybe dropped right here. This just puts another S hook on the board. She's going to go with prof to get rid of the F and P. That probably does really good things for her bingo percentage. So we'll see. Suggestion of maybe just FAP, F-A-P right here. That's pretty reasonable, actually. That's going to lead to her bingoing a lot. Could be good. But the play is prof DT blank. She kind of needs some vowels here. Let's see if she gets them. It's back over to Mike. She's still up by a little bit less than 50 now. And oof. Oh, man. Okay. So she's going to want to find a bingo with these tiles so bad. I just feel like something... Oh, wow. Very nice. So that didn't take long.
8. Oh, sorry. 19. 19.
Mike calling his play 8 first for getting the Q points. But that was very, very fast on Heidi's part to spot her only playable bingo in that position. She is about to... Let me get all this flipped and stuff. It's her turn. Yeah, only playable bingo. That was fantastic. So this is, to me, it's a no-brainer. When she played Daring, I think there's no question. She knows this takes an S. There could be some doubt of that. Maybe. I don't think so. I think she's going to go ahead, play this word, score 99 points, and move on. Would she be daring enough to try the plural? I think so. I think she's going to go for it. You could imagine a situation where she loses faith in that S hook, but it's just so powerful here. I just wonder, I mean, I guess given that you have some good options up here, maybe if you're scared at all, you might think to yourself, I can play MOYS, scoring 44, leaving DT blank. Visuospatial processing failing her again. She says, I have to try this. And she is absolutely correct to do so. Very nice. Whoop. Just curious.
99.
The body language is not super confident, and she said, I have to try this, so she's definitely not 100% sure. And Mike is very likely to challenge this word, so I'm very curious to see. Oh, he's not gonna... Okay, so he may... Mike Downey may just know that this is a valid word and there's no point in challenging it, and we move on. She's absolutely correct. Her only bingo, 99 points. Fantastic. So that's a huge swing. She's going to be up to 351. Let's see what she draws. Doesn't look very good. Yeah, oh, okay. The C is a little better. I thought it was another vowel. So she'll have something probably decent. But now the board just is so much better after that play, right? Because Mike just made a super aggressive play right here. This allows underlaps and it allows an A hook. But the A hook isn't that scary. Heidi even has an A now, so she's probably going to try her absolute best to find a play that goes down here. But the beautiful thing about modesty is that now this is no longer a bingo lane. There's no place to fit 7 letters. unless there's an extension of modesty, which I doubt exists. So that took out, this play took out, of course, the S hook here. It took out this possibility for sevens, and it took out this possibility for overlaps all in one go. So the board just rapidly became very, very much more closed. Should also mention that this play of Prof made it a lot harder to hit this top part of the board with a bingo too. So really, if you're in her shoes here, the A hook is probably the most pressing threat to deal with, and she drew an A. So if Mike leaves the spot alone, pretty sure she's going to figure out a way to get something down in this area. Maybe not. Maybe she'll find another area of the board more appealing, but certainly looks like she'll be able to do something there to really finish this off. 90 degrees, absolutely. Immodesty would theoretically be possible, although in this particular situation, with only 2 M's in the Scrabble tiles, you would have to use a blank to do it. But yeah, you'd be looking for something crazy to go further, but well spotted that, yes, there are actually a few, I don't know if there are any other hooks to modesty, and certainly nothing that goes here. So this is very safe. No way of accessing this triple anymore. So things are looking good for sure. All right, and Mike probably thinking, I got to get some points here. He sighs as he makes this play. But as decent of a score as that is, 32 points in that spot, 34, I should say. Heidi's happy to see that, because that was really one of the few big threats left on the board. Now she can sort of do as she pleases, maybe a play up here if she wants to use her Y in this spot, maybe. I'm not sure. That would really put the lockdown on this board if she just plays something in this triple right here. Just YU could be a solid play. Nice and simple 2-letter word. Maybe she'll want to play YEA, something like that. So, hey, Yasmin. It's Wanderer15 here commentating, but Heidi will be checking back between games. So definitely when she finishes this game, if you stick around, she will be thrilled to say hi to everybody that's been waiting for 7 long months for Heroin to Birds to be released from Twitch prison. Drug-addled animal abuser, Heroin to Birds, giving heroin to these defenseless animals. How could we not ban her from Twitch for this terrible crime? Except that's not at all what happened. They are misunderstanding that Heroin with an E at the end is a female hero. So it's so crazy that happened. Yeah, Twitch is crazy with that. I don't even know. Like, they have to be automating it to a huge degree for, like, no literate human would come to that conclusion. All right, she's going to play Pace down low. This is a pretty good scoring play, but I do feel like it scores 33. I would definitely want to see a play here that just cuts this off. You don't want Mike doing some crazy thing along the top row, which is definitely possible. So this is a nice way to grab some extra points, but it doesn't really address any of the major threats here. That being said, the spots at the top of the board are going to be very difficult to use with these overlaps. It's going to be very tricky, something like O-N-E. Is that really realistic? Not really. S, maybe I-O-N-S. That could be more realistic. So it's a good play, hooking Mike and Fine down low. Maybe a moving tribute to Mike Laroni. But yeah, we'll see what Mike Downey does here. He plays Gab. Ooh, this is kind of scary. So I know you guys can't probably see it because the board is slightly cut off, but you can see enough as we flip the board back. Mike and Heidi both needing to get extra points here. All right, this should be up to date now. Yeah, it is. So this is a really clever play by Mike. The reason for this is that if Mike has an S, this is a fantastic way to set up a new threat that Heidi will have to deal with. Also, this does take a Y hook, but it's going to be very difficult to... It'll be much easier to end a 7-letter word in an S than a Y. So this now creates a bit of an issue here. Heidi is up by enough points that she should still be just fine here. I don't feel like she has any real cause for concern. She can just slap down her X right here, which looks to be what she is considering doing. That seems completely reasonable. But if Mike were to somehow have an enormous bingo right here and draw something great, who knows? I think she's going to get 40 points up here. I mean, it would be hard to imagine what play could Mike have that actually makes this game realistically close. Part of it is there's not enough tiles in the bag, right? With 16 tiles left unseen to Heidi, that means 9 tiles are in the bag. So if she plays 2 of them right here, she plays 42 point XI, Xi, the Greek letter. Now there are 7 tiles in the bag, I believe. And that means if Mike even bingos here, the bag's going to be empty. So maybe he'll get so lucky that on this incredibly closed board, he'll bingo here and then have bingos in 2 different locations. But that just doesn't seem plausible at all. Good question. Which is better, XI or XU? That isn't really that clear of an answer, but Heidi on her previous turn, she did have 2 I's on her rack. So that would be the only situation where playing this would be better than playing XU. I guess another possible situation is an unseen Q really late in the game. That's not the case here. The Q is on the board. So I would say maybe with the fact that she had 2 W's and another U coming and no I's left in the pool, this might be a rare instance of actually playing XU and keeping 2 I's on your rack. That might be slightly better for that reason. Because, again, from her perspective, this is from her perspective, there are actually no more I's she can draw. She can't triplicate.
Yeah, thanks. I'll talk about this later. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21, 25, 26, 28. I had a bingo. I missed the S spot until after when I played MI. I know Darings is good. And then you played there.
So how many was that, sir? 78?
78, yeah, 28, then it should be
Whoa.
25, 26, 27, 78, yeah.
Hopefully you guys can hear that interesting information.
I couldn't recover because I was so mad at myself. And then you bingoed there.
I think you have 367.
Let me get my tiles and I'll take a look.
Very interesting intel there. Uh-oh. Ooh. Come on, internet. Come on. Prayers up. No. Well, this is why I have this, right? So we have the board here. Oh, it's not. Doesn't look right somehow. Oh, we're back. Okay. I think we're back. So Mike saying that earlier in the game he had a bingo hooking Darings, but he just spaced out on the fact that it takes an S, which is big. That's a big swing. He's saying that on his play of MI, he had a bingo there. So that would have been very different. Very, very big swing. Another ad break? Jeez. I don't know how to do anything about that other than gift subs or something. But in any case, the bag is empty now. Heidi should be able to see Mike has all this crap. Jay, there's no bingoing here for sure. She would love to play Wagyu beef. Doesn't seem like that fits anywhere, but she is totally fine here. I think the best spot for her to play is actually right here. If she thinks about it, if she can play something hooking aerogel and going in and making gat right here, that would be a really, really nice location for her to get a bunch of points. And if she sees it, that's going to be the best she can do here. So we'll see if she does come up with that. But pretty much anything, she's fine no matter what. Just play a valid word and you're going to be good to go here. So, yeah, we'll see what she goes with. She probably has plenty of time. I feel like she made a bunch of these moves super fast. She played voice fast, aerogel fast, modesty fast, outlier fast. She's got plenty of time. So we're going to see our first win for Heidi Robertson on the stream. Nice to get a win for our streamer here. She will be checking in between each game. So if you're waiting to say hello and welcome her back from her 7-month trip to Siberia, Twitch Siberia, it's coming shortly. It shouldn't take much longer. And then you get to say hello, welcome her back, and see how she's feeling after her first win of the tournament here. She's probably going to be streaming all weekend, if I had to guess. I'm only going to be here the first 5 games. I have other conflicts coming up. But you'll still be able to see at least some of the action. It might be a little tougher to follow what the score is and, without commentary. But still should be fun to check in, see how she's doing. And there's going to be 12 games. So there were only 3 rounds in to a 12-game tournament that's going to be, I think, 8 games today, if I'm not mistaken, and 4 games tomorrow. So still plenty of time. Here's the ad break. Sorry, everybody. She really wants to play Wagyu here. You can sense it. There's nowhere to play it. All right, Wiry is the play. That's a solid idea. That's fine. Gets rid of the W and Y. Nothing wrong with that. It's going to score a lot of points. Oops, I had the turn indicator wrong. All right, it's back to Mike. And he doesn't really have anything good here. So he has no good place to plop that J down. Sugar. She has sugar lined up. I don't think that's a word. I don't know if she's thinking she wants to play that. But a nice win for her here. And she's gonna be playing Chris Tenden. Strong player, 2 Ottawa-based players. She's probably played Chris Tenden hundreds of times at the Ottawa Scrabble Club, where I don't know what Heidi's official title at the Scrabble Club is, but it's something like director. Like she's a high up official at the club. Yes, R&B songs.
And I don't know, you know what? Those are the sort of things that might not have been a mistake, because it was late in the game.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
drawing for a blank, but
Yeah.
I was up by 100, so I didn't really need to do
Yeah,
that. That was the thing.
Yeah.
So that was the problem. I
Yeah.
was up by 100. I didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
That was the one time that I could.
Mike is saying he was up by 100. That didn't happen in this game. I don't believe.
Yeah, that's like the time you do that, I guess.
What's that?
That was like when I was in a situation where you're not supposed to do that, I guess.
I
Maybe
definitely did not know there.
It's gotta be, because it's a noun. Maybe it isn't good then. I would be very
requesting a second opinion
Okay.
on a director call. This is end of game underdrawing situation,
Okay.
and I think I read it properly. I'm going to confer with you.
Okay.
If you're,
Do you mind if I?
Sure, go ahead.
Wow. Director set. Okay, so Josh Sokol, extra typo, the event director, is saying that a game had a request for a second opinion about an endgame ruling, which that is surprising. End game under draw. So what that means is another one of the games at the tournament finished, and then they realized that there was still a tile in the bag that should have been drawn. That's always a little bit tricky. Usually I feel like when I've had that happen, it's just like user error, like when you realize it, once you agree the game is over, and then you're like, oh crap, there was still a tile in the bag. It's like, well, you ended the game. Both of you didn't catch it while the game was still in progress. But I'm not a director. I'm not good at the rules stuff. I don't really understand pairings. I don't know the rules. So, who knows? Who knows? It's not my forte. With respect to pairings, I just play who I'm told, and I let other people try to figure out if there's an error. And, yes, Heidi is also a tournament director. I know she's directed or at least assistant directed events before. I think she also has maybe full directed divisions of Let's Play Scrabble events in the past as well, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, definitely she knows the rules probably better than I do, better than most do. So she'll be back to finish off this game shortly. See if she plays some sugar on the board or if she plays an actual valid word. If she thinks that sugar is a word, she might play it right here, which would be a phony. Kind of a funny phony to play sugar over modesty. So, yeah, I guess they're still thinking about it over there. I think we could still hear Mike grinding, thinking hard. In gaming, if the match is over and you still have ammo, you don't get a free shot. That's a great point. I think it's the most logical way. But maybe there's some other nuance that we cannot possibly know. So we'll see. So yeah, this was a pretty impressive win. First win of the stream for Heroin to Birds.
Now I'm thinking about it. It's pretty high probability letters. Like Sarding might be good. Anyway, okay, we'll take a look. Either way, I made some. There were mistakes made by my part. I feel like. 9, 10, 11, 22, 26.
A G is the play for Mike. That's about as good as he has. Doesn't have much better.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Sugar be played? Possibly. Let's flip that board back around. There's only one outplay here. It's not Sugar. That's not a valid word.
I don't like it, but it happens like when I miss something, and then I can't. It's hard to move past it sometimes. Especially because it was 2 games in a row where it looks like it's going to be, whether it's good or not good, it was a single play where I made a mistake.
Mike is agonizing over darings, I guess. It would have been a pretty big swing, to be fair.
It was around 3 still.
Yeah, it's just something in the bathroom I want to know. There's a drip.
Okay.
Oh.
I think.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a towel. I can put a towel there.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come right. Like we're gonna turn left. I'll come. Thank you.
Sounds like we got a plumbing issue. What Scrabble tournament comes and goes without a plumbing issue once or twice? It's we've all been there. No, I mean, I joke, but actually I feel like whatever my normal bladder rate is, it like quadruples at a tournament where I pee like 10 times more or 4 times more, that's the definition of quadruple, than I do in normal life at a tournament. And it's not because I'm hydrating. It's, I don't know what it is, nerves or what.
But I also was like super on edge because it was all fast. So now I'm like chilled and I'm like, I don't really care. I'm enjoying myself now because that was good because I was like, if I lose all my games, then
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ooh, the rack camera lagged a little bit. All right, so she finds that spot. There was only one outplay.
Oh, it's fine.
And Starcasted is definitely on the right track of what that play was. Nice hint there without spoiling it for anybody. The outplay that Heidi had was guacs right here. Guacs. So, yeah, that was it. Only way to end the game. She plays guns.
Blocks, maybe.
That should be good.
There we go. She says it. She says it. She says oopsie. No problem. Isn't that funny how we become omniscient as soon as you hit the button to commit your play, you gain far-seeing knowledge of all things Scrabble. You can't miss anything. All right, do is the play for Mike. I don't know if he has an outplay. He actually doesn't. That is the best play for him. And it's going to go back to Heidi. The board's going to flip in a second. It's actually 19. He overscored that. And
413.
this is hilarious. Can anybody find? Heidi has a hilariously good outplay. She plays Pa for 9. There were 2 better outplays. One would be to play the A here.
It is.
Oh, she spots it. Yes. Very nice.
14, 20,
Beautiful.
2. No.
Snazzy. And he's going to challenge it, and it is a word. Very nice. So look at that.
Did you say no?
Uh-oh.
I thought
Because
coffee
that was going to get you 500, so now it might not.
It is a word.
That's good.
Stick to your guns.
All right, there you go.
So you think it's not a verb?
There you go. That was a good sign.
Alright.
Very nice.
Okay, 490. So wait. What was it at?
Impressive.
I think it was at 470.
I had you at 490.
Oh, really?
Okay, how many points for that anyway? All right.
27.
All right, I'm turning up my tiles, so game is over. Okay, 27 and 2, right? So 32 total? Or 27?
Oh, no. 22 plus.
Right, okay, 27 total. Okay. After Kai, I had you at 446.
Wait, did I count that right?
I do have you too many.
Okay.
22 high.
14, 24. That's 24, sorry.
Okay, so 29. The score was actually closer than I thought, but I still. Okay.
So 501, is that right?
Yeah, 501 is correct. Yeah, I
And
think. Yeah,
413 for you?
413. Yeah, that's good. Decent game still. All right, we have to check the honest.
All right, chat. She's probably going to check in. Anyone waiting, now's your chance
It's good. Okay, thank
It's
you.
good.
Thank you. That was a
Yay!
big mistake either way.
to shower Harrow into birds. Give Heidi some love for that nice performance, her first win.
I don't
She'll be checking in now, I'm sure.
That one feels
Yeah.
more than I do feel like swimming or something, which does not.
Mike is agonizing still.
Although conceivably, why couldn't you have anything? Some of them are worse than that. Beauties, courageous. Anyway, I have to do that. I'll come back. All right, I'm gonna look at the bathroom. I'll come back and help you swim.
Okay. Yay! I won a game. What? I need to take a picture. And then enter the score. Then I will need to go to the bathroom again. Because fear. Camera, yes, camera. Okay. Mike. And I went first, and I finally won a game. That's 2. And, wait, what was the score? It was 501, yay! 501
501.
to 413.
Well, she got 5 more for
A
COD.
difference of 88. Sorry.
All right. Well, I don't have.
Minus 88. I don't know. Who knows?
With the extra 5 for challenging COD, I have it as 499 to 410. Either way, very close. Nice win.
That's a pretty good game, though. 413. That's a good game. So my spread is now what? Standings. Minus 220. Well, I moved up a spot, so I'm only third last now. Dance party! Oh, I missed Yasmin. Damn. Too bad. Who else is here? Who's here? I see Mike. I saw Muffin, but he's probably gone now, right? Or is he still here? Starcast is still here? Yeah. Hey. Did Giant Enemy Bird come? Say hi. My... Yay. Okay, why is not picking up rack? Weird. Why can't we see the rack over here? It's weird. Can you see it? I don't know what's happening. Amazing! I'm not allowed to leave. No, you're not allowed to leave, Mike. Thank you for being here. Change to the channel. Woot! Excellent. Need to go to that. But I'm concerned because my rack is not showing. Why is it not showing? Why is it not showing? What's happening? Why? I don't understand. What? Ninja. Why can't we see my rack? What is happening? I don't understand. What do I do? What can I do? Can I hang up and reshare? Maybe? I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Hey, sarcastic. Okay, what is happening with my rack cam? I don't know. I don't understand. Stop showing. Okay. Go, open.
Oh, sorry, did you put the score in?
Oh, shit, no. Okay. 501.
I also forgot to do it.
Oh, wait, maybe I did do it.
Okay, I don't mind.
Did I
I'm
put
sure
it
you did. Oh, I don't know. Did you?
I might have put it in, yes, because it says I'm playing Chris now, and I'm going first.
Does it have the you had 2 and 1 or 1 and 2?
I did enter it.
You did
sorry.
enter it. No, that's okay. No, I'm glad you did. We should square this.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, I gotta square this, and then I gotta put my.
But I'm concerned because my rack is not showing up, and I don't understand why.
Can't have that one.
Might need to get on the phone with tech support here.
You're like my brother, and like big gulps every once in a while.
What?
You drink beer like my brother, like big gulps every once in a while.
I don't know why my rack is not showing. I don't get it. Hang up.
Thanks, Starcasted. We love doing them. The more streams, the merrier. Scrabble is fantastic to follow. Just have to get better at all the technical elements of it. Learn how to do more types of streams. We are so much further along
Okay, catch you later.
than we used to be in this area.
You did it to the score, depending on how you bring it into OBS. I think you bumped it when moving the big board. It's been fine the entire time. I know, I don't know why. It's like, it looks like it should be fine. I don't know why. I don't understand. Rack cam. Copy to clipboard. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna reshare it and see if that helps. But I still have to go to the bathroom.
She's not seeing my question.
I think I'm playing it. I don't know.
Yeah, you are. Just a second.
Okay.
I lost my rack cam. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, it's from your phone.
Yeah. No.
Do you mind if I put them in?
Okay. That's a rack. Oh, okay.
Can you people hear me?
I think so.
Hi, people. How many do we have?
I have to fix this. Wait, that didn't work. There we go. Okay. I'm back.
All right, she fixed it. I'm not 100% sure how. I would love to understand more so we can help her. Hi, Chris. I don't know what Chris could see.
Hey, Will, are you there?
Yes. How do I... Is there any way he can know? Yes. Hi, Chris. Can he see this in any way, shape, or form? I don't know what he's seeing. Probably not, huh? Well, we can see him. This is going to be Heidi's next opponent. Longtime fellow Ottawa club member, Chris Tenden. Great guy. Super nice guy. Good player. I think these two are pretty apt to play exciting games. They both have kind of a high tolerance for volatile plays. Last game we saw Heidi play Daring with that big S hook, a very self-descriptive play. I feel like both she and Chris are apt to make plays of that nature. So, yeah, let's see. Got to reset everything here. Okay, I think she's going first to get. Oh, well, we got. Oh, there was a note. I didn't see it.
Send a message? Yeah. Why didn't you just say something?
We couldn't hear him, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
couldn't tell if he was responding.
I'm first.
I have no idea.
I'm first.
All right.
I wrote down my first news.
How many wins do you have?
1.
I got none. I think I've gotten 500s against me every game.
Oh, I hope I get a 500 against you too. But I hope you also get
All right.
499.
99? All right.
Why is
I'll
this
take
not
that.
updating the score? It's gonna do it. There we go. Okay, nice.
You may start my clock.
Chris.
It's glaring.
All right.
There's
I think we're all reset here.
Yeah. I know yours is gonna stay static. Okay.
I think we're all good. Let me know if there's anything weird that you see that's not right. Yeah, ruthless. Very ruthless. All right. Heidi going first. Let me make the rack a little... Ooh, very nice. So we getting some info from him. He has gobbins with an E. It's not a word, but it's going to be the way I remember it.
Nice.
Nice play. This is the correct play by her.
38.
Hijra. There is no 5-letter word starting with a J. That's definitely what you would normally be wanting to get here. So the next best thing is starting with the H, and that is what she's been able to do. Nicely done. Very, very fast. Chris plays Gibbon.
What game is this?
Scrabble.
4?
What game is this? She asks. Chris says Scrabble.
Wait. The hell is Gibbon?
She doesn't know Gibbon? That's an ape.
You can challenge it.
So I think if Chris's rack is correct, I believe he left ES on that. He actually had a bingo, if you can believe it. With the same letters, he had oh, I wrote it wrong. He had bog beans right here. Actually, it's probably easier for me to just show you like this. So on that rack, he had this play, bog beans. So instead of Gibbon, which he played, leaving ES, bog beans for 64. Crazy. That is not a play that you would expect to be found very often, admittedly. Meanwhile, Heidi has realtors, and she's going to go ahead and play that. She only has bingos through that A, so it's only a question of what do you play between realtors, relators, or restoral. Seems really
That
close.
seems crazy.
So she's going to play realtors, which maybe relators is ever so slight. I don't know, because if you play relators, you're shifting all of these letters up by 1 on the board, which would expose...
Better not take the risk. God. I think relators is probably on
Oh, keep in mind...
the...
She plays realtors. Keep in mind, earlier, if you recall, if you've been watching the stream for a little while, she played rotators with an E in it and got it challenged off. So she may be a little uncertain of, can you play relators with an E or an O? We already had that issue come up. Oh, it's also, we need to change this picture of Mike to a picture of Chris. There we go. Nice smiling Chris there. So Chris showed us his rack. He has a blank. But we'll see what... I don't remember what his other letters are, and we'll see what he's going to do with it. But either way, again, a nice start for Heidi, getting the first bingo down. Hijra, absolutely spot on. Realtors, also a good play. Oh, Quest W. Okay, so probably with that W, there's not going to be a bingo here for Chris, so he's going to be... The really interesting thing about that rack is that QU together is actually solid. Like, you can keep QU blank and bingo a lot of the time. So maybe in his shoes, a good play would be something like TEWS or something like that right here,
More than 4 seconds?
I know.
leaving QU blank. He's just going to play the W. Is that, wow, crazy. That's reasonable. I think that's actually reasonable because he's going to bingo so often with the rest of his letters. But you do get a lot more points by playing TEWS there. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably super, super close. I don't know what happened to the rack cam here. Let me see if I can make it better. I don't think she's moving it. I feel like it's like auto-zooming in and out sometimes. But that's fine. Now it's nice and easy to read as long as she keeps it in the center of the rack, which might be tough. All right, so she has an X. You have to, if you're Heidi, you have to be thinking about Chris's previous play. You got to be careful what you play. A play of just the W by itself would make me loath to open a triple lane under almost any circumstances. So she could play ILEX here, and maybe the X is pretty safe. The X being a high point tile, not that good for playing bingos. But I would almost not want to open anything to Chris after a play so scary as just a W by itself. So I would be trying to not open anything too aggressive. I would be tempted to play something like Oxo instead right here. Tricky play could be Hooli. She has Hooli here. That is not a normal play to spot. She's gonna. Oh, she was about to play Oxo here. There we go. That is a better place to play it for sure. Brainiac asks, Squarest. You're absolutely right. I'll wait for the ad break to do any other analysis here.
29.
I forgot to write down how much realtors was.
It was 59.
Man, these ad breaks. Such a downer. I guess I still got to keep talking, huh? So I like that play right there. Oxo opening nothing, maybe even blocking a little bit. There might have been some bingos that might play through these letters with these letters in second position. A letter here, those aren't possible. Squarest was definitely playable. And it looks like Chris is going to miss it and play Quartz instead. Good play, 93 points. Admittedly, it doesn't put a tile in the triple lane, so there is some defensive merit to playing this over Squarest, but Squarest does get you another 9 points. So maybe a miss, maybe that's purposeful, tough to know. And back over to Heidi. The game is now close after that big bingo by Chris.
93.
She's reacting to that score, clearly. So, oh no. Rack cam. There's no real way of oh, there we go. We got it back. Hopefully, it stays with us as long as possible. It's tough without it. It's good to have it to sweat the decisions. So, what to do from her perspective? Qualm, that seems very reasonable.
Maybe too reckless.
See, she says too reckless, but there's almost no other way to get a lot of points here, at least with a normal word. So if you're a dictionary that knows every single word, you might know the word siglum. S-I-G-U-L-M. That is a really crazy play and a difficult one to find. Let's define it using the bot and see what it comes up with here. A symbol used in a book. Yeah, I mean, this is a super obscure word. if she knew it, she would definitely play it. But failing that, Qualm is really, as aggressive as it is, it's really the best she can do. 32 points, uses up the U, which is kind of crap. And the leave isn't great, but she wasn't going to have a good leave almost no matter what after that play. So Qualm is right up at the top. You would be worried about this if you're Heidi for a couple of reasons. One is it makes a gigantic S hook to go down. Not only that, Qualmy is a word, but also this spot right here. That's going to be a huge scoring spot.
But like here.
I don't remember. Yeah, so this is crazy because look, Chris's rack is like horrible against this. He doesn't have an S or a Y. He doesn't have two vowels, so he can't overlap going across. So this is definitely brutal because he's going to have no great way to address this. Heidi draws the Z, which is so tantalizing to play across, but she doesn't quite have the letters required to hammer that spot. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think Chris is probably going to play through this A, if I had to guess. He's going to hope to do something that obstructs a little bit of the danger, but maybe he can't. Maybe he can't. Maybe he's just going to leave it open, at which point it's going to swing back to Heidi, and she will have to decide whether she wants to just plop down ZE right here. That could be a nice... If the spot stays open, that could be fine, just to prevent Chris from using the spot on subsequent turns. So we'll see. This is actually Chris's turn, sorry, and Heidi is up by more than I am suggesting here. And I have to update this too. All right, everything should be up to date here. So, yeah, I mean, Chris is going to go ahead and just get in the way of that spot. It makes total sense. He really just doesn't want to give her a free crack at the spot herself. So yeah, now, not sure if that is a relief to Heidi. I mean, it probably is a huge relief to see that play with so many scary options that could have been playable. With a Y, that would have scored great. An S, 4 tile overlaps could have scored 50 or easily more than that with the right tiles. To see Chris just play cart for such a minimal score is definitely a good thing from her perspective. But now she's got to decide what to do. That easy Z spot is blocked. I think she's going to be able to find some of her top options here. Seized right here being one of them. Tough thing about seized in this spot of just E-I-Z-E-D is that it leaves VG on the rack, which is probably the worst 2-tile leave that you could keep on this move. But for 51 points, I feel like I say this a lot in my analysis. I'm always saying, for 51 points, you do a lot of things. It sounds so nefarious when you put it that way. But it's actually just Scrabble strategy. It's nothing weird about it. I can't imagine what else she would play. It's just a matter of seeing it. Looks like she is... This is a tricky... 6-letter words in spots like this are very easy to overlook. So she plays veg. I think it's just a matter of not even thinking about starting a 6-letter word with an S. And it's really easy to do that sometimes. So Chris showing his rack. That's very helpful. Let's get the right side up tiles. No bingos for him. Good bingo tiles in general. Not really sure. This might be the second he played his W by itself. Maybe he's going to play his V by itself and keep that nice leave that we saw. He has an S. So if he draws a bingo starting with S, it's going to hit like a truck with qualms right here. So I could easily see him just play off his V, or maybe he's going to go for like Asper or something like that off of qualms just to prevent any danger of that spot right now. Any merit to playing Sieved instead, keeping GZ? Yes, there is definitely merit to thinking about that. A play like that is very contingent on how good are the options for the Z on the board after such a play. If the Z happens to be super lucrative and you can look at a spot on the board and say the Z can play in this spot in all likelihood, either guaranteed or with a lot of draws for like 50 points, then playing Civ'd would make a lot of sense. There isn't really a super obvious spot like that, so I do feel like Seized would be slightly better, but Civ'd has merit for sure. Definitely not going to claim otherwise. So, all right, tricky decision for Chris here. Heidi holding a narrow lead. And yeah, we're just going to have to see which direction he goes with this. It would be sorely tempting to just play the V by itself. All these other letters, right? What if you draw an A? A spread is a word. He might not know that, but with an E, speared. With an I, aspired. With an O, I guess nothing there. So, and then I'm sure there's other stuff, right? Like, with a G, sparged, sparked. There's definitely plenty of things that you can start. But, all right, let's see what he goes with here. Meanwhile, Heidi with zinged on her rack. I'm not sure where that's going to go. What is Chris thinking about playing here? Spared? He's thinking hard about this move. Whoa!
What?
Oh, I can't do that. Yeah.
SP.
I was thinking something else.
I wonder what would have happened.
Do it.
Yeah.
I wonder what would have
Do it, I'm sure
happened
you noticed.
if Heidi hadn't said anything.
Never know though. I've just played it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Heidi
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30.
Heidi just said, "What?" as soon as he played that. She could have definitely said nothing.
Damn.
She could definitely have said nothing, and Chris might not have noticed that, which is crazy. Instead, she was nice and said, "What?" All right, she has zinged. I don't remember what her other letter is. We might see it as she shut. Okay, it's an R. Okay. So, no, those are good tiles. No bingos available. Looks pretty good. Oh man, looks like Chris drew poorly too. He drew a U. She's gonna maybe play dazing here, leaving ER. Seems reasonable. It's tempting to keep more of those letters together just because there are such good bingo tiles there. But the board isn't that friendly to bingos. Like, you could just play... Let me flip the board back. It's Chris's turn. She played dazing for 34. I think that's definitely a solid play. I don't really quibble with it as a play. But, like, you had options like Z here, Z-E-D, that keep ring, which actually might be decent, especially along with this S. Like, maybe you're going to draw 8s a lot of the time. I have no real quibble with dazing. I think it's definitely a good play. And it's back to Chris now. Heidi holding a narrow lead. And she draws the Y. Okay, so this is a big deal. We're still on Chris's turn yet, but she draws the Y, and that is a big deal if she knows Qual Me, which I feel like she probably does. I'm guessing she probably will. So that's definitely going to offer a ton of points if she thinks about that. If she doesn't know that word, things get a lot trickier. I guess they're not as tricky as they could be because this spot right here is also Like, she can play like holy right here and score a boatload of points as well. So I think she's going to be in pretty good shape almost no matter what. She might already have seen that spot, which scores very well. So Chris in a tough spot with FVUG on his rack. Not 100% sure what he's supposed to do here. This is a tough decision from his perspective. And
I know. With a VVIYYW.
No, you.
Gov's
Oh,
hooking
yeah.
Gibbons. Not bad. That's a very reasonable option. Scores well, gets all the biggest crap that you have on your rack off at a cost of using the S. That seems pretty reasonable, unless there's something like obviously better. I don't imagine that there would be. Yeah, that's got to be something like that's got to be the play. You don't love to use your S, but sometimes the value of the S is not necessarily to score a ton of points, but it's to allow you to dump more crap off the rack in a hurry. So, well, in this case, this would be to score a lot of points. And
it's terrible. I know, it's terrible.
it's not that bad. I mean, it's the only thing that keeps a good leave at all. So it's not like...
I want a deep analysis on that one. I know what the hell I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was any magic trick to figuring out a better play there from his perspective, unfortunately. All right, so here we're going to see Holy for 49. The crazy thing was Vug made the Y even more powerful. Vuggy can now play here as well. So the Y is like so good. So good on this board. You can play the Y here, and of course she's going to play it here. Scary because Chris did just draw the blank. I don't think he's going to have anything through a Y, if I'm not mistaken, but he's kind of 49 points, just in the nick of time, because Chris is definitely a big favorite to bingo. I think he has like DeForest or something, maybe. Oh no, he has an N. There it is. Okay, so now we can know what he has. Wow. Okay, I'm shocked by this. I'm just gonna go ahead. This might be a cop-out for those of you in the chat, but I'm just gonna tell you, Chris has no playable bingos here. I can't believe that. That is absolutely insane. That is incredible. How could he have no playable bingos here? But I guess it really is just a matter of the D not being in the right spot. If the D was a little lower down, now you're talking about playing bingos through the D. But from his perspective, Qualm just gets in the way of stuff like Softened and things that would actually play into this D. And there isn't really any good place. Otherwise, the board is kind of deceptively closed. Maybe you could fit a bingo through the E, but that's not going to be easy. The Y isn't a good bingo tile. So this is like agonizing from his perspective. I can't believe that he doesn't have a playable bingo here, but he doesn't. The score is also not at all up to date. Heidi should have 257. So after her very high scoring play previously, she's actually in a very good position here. 3 eyes on her rack isn't great, but if the Y stays open, which I feel like it will, she will have the option for a super good play from those letters of Yiti, which I think is a bird. I feel like it's like a yellow bird or something. That word is so useful in the Collins Dictionary. The yellow hammer. Is that a hammer or is that a name of a bird? The yellow hammer? I got the yellow part right, but I'm not sure if it's a bird or not. So anyway, that bird, confirmed bird. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate that. So yeah, if this Y stays open, that is just like an absolute gimme play. I think she's going to see it and play it. As long as that spot stays open. And who knows what happens from there. So despite Chris drawing both blanks here, Heidi's in a good position. How many blanks has she even drawn? 2. I think she's drawn 2 in 4 games.
I've never seen your clock less than mine before.
There you go. So yeah, let's see. What's he going to do? If he happens to block that Y, which is possible, I'm not 100% sure what he could even play through it that's that productive, frankly. But if he does do that, then Heidi's decision gets a lot tougher, for sure. So we shall see.
There's got to be something in here. I don't see it, though.
Yeah.
5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 18.
That's about as good of a play as he has. Another option would be to just play F. Whoops. Would have been to play FORE right here, but that kind of obstructs your E, which you want to stay open. So playing 4 right here could have been reasonable, but he made a play that's a little bit better to keep stuff open. So this to me is like a super check on does Heidi know Yeti? If she does, it is such a good play here. If not, playing something into this R is okay, but it will leave her with this spot open, which if Chris draws well, you could see something disastrous happen here. So Yeti is just so much better to not only do you go into next turn with 1 eye at a minimum, as opposed to 2 eyes at a minimum. You also block this spot. We know that Chris, she even said it. Chris, you never have less time than me. She should definitely know from that Chris probably has the other blank or something good. Why would he agonize forever and then play FE? So it's all about Yeti. Does she know this word? I feel like you probably have seen it if you play enough Collins. It just comes up all the time. It's such a useful word with all those vowels in it. But if you don't know it, this turn becomes so much more difficult to navigate. So it feels like she's not thinking of it. Maybe she doesn't know it. Let's see what happens. Sweating here because we just feel like, from Chris's perspective, he could easily have something.
I'm sure you're gonna bingo anyway, so.
Okay.
That's not a word.
Oh, she's about to play LE.
Better than SP.
True. Multiple phonies. The cat has now left the lap again, a second time. She is off to go get me new gifts of toys from around the apartment. We'll see her later, presumably. We need to turn a light on in here. It's getting dark. Ooh, that messed with the filter or something. Did it? Am I even... Change the lighting. I think I should change...
Oh my god.
Is that... Why does this look so weird? Alright, it's good enough. Okay. This is a reasonable option if you do not see the best play here, and I'm so curious to see what does Chris have. Are we going to see something come down through that Y instantly? Diocesan. Okay. So what does he have? IOCN. All right. There are bingos through the Y, but they're not triple triples, so it's not the end of the world. Cytosine, for example, would have been playable. That only scores 3 more points than Diocesan. So, not a big deal, but I think maybe the biggest deal is that Heidi drew another I. So now she has to navigate this turn with 3 of them. And she's drawn the second Y. So this would really be the time to think about Qualmy if she's thinking about it at all. This is the time for it. It's an even game. She's trailing by 4. But if she's able to think of Qualmy, she can play Eerie in that spot for a gigantic score. So, yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is totally just a word knowledge thing. It's not a strategy thing. If she knows Qualmy and sees it quickly, these plays are not that difficult to spot, but it's all about, do you have the ability to pull the trigger confidently on this word? The strategic instincts are there. But it's, can you generate these words in short order? And if she doesn't see it, it does get tougher again. And there you go. That's all the confirmation you need. So she blocks off that triple. This is actually one of the best plays that she has, if not the best play that she has, that doesn't use the Y for Qualmy. So it's crazy to say.
I don't know it, but...
Crazy to say because it's just like such a leaving EI. Oh, she had a T. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought it was another I. So that definitely improves this play quite a bit. The plays in the top were still better, but at least you go into next turn with a consonant. So, all right. That makes more sense. And Chris has, oh boy. Did he have a C? What is that other tile? Another A? Yikes. Yeah, another A. So that's rough. Both players with tough sets of tiles here. And it's going to be a close one again. This is going to be super close. The unseen tiles on the screen right now are from Heidi's perspective. So you can see this isn't super threatening. This doesn't look so horrifying with all those A's. A bunch of clunky tiles. Chris playing his K, but that was like his only consonant. So both players are dealing with vowel issues to the max right here. So, yeah, not ideal. And the board is so tight, too. So, even though Chris is up by 8, he's drawn more vowels. Oh my God. Yikes. Suggestion of a key over Eerie. That is better for sure. Oh, nice. Good suggestion. That lets Chris use another vowel, which is actually huge here. So you can see he has 7 vowels going into next turn. If you could imagine, he could have a chance to replace one of those vowels with a consonant, which he could have done if he just played a key. He would be in so much better shape going into next turn, holding at least one consonant. So these tiny little details, it feels like it barely matters between them, but they really do. All right, we're headed to a close end of the game here. I know the rack isn't quite visible. She has 3 eyes. That's the biggest detail. Not sure. There really is no... Hold on. I might be able to fix the visibility of it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's my fault. I was trying to make it bigger. And I cut off part of it. Okay, so this is perfect. That was on me, folks. So there you have it. It is Heidi's turn. And she is down by 8. This is really tough. There are very, very few ways to use 2 eyes, and those ways that there are, like mini or impy through this M, do not score enough points. So not knowing that Chris has 7 vowels, she's going to be worried about plays like that just not scoring enough. She is not having a good time of it right now. So oddly, among the best plays that there are is just PU for 18, which looks so underwhelming, but 18 points is actually pretty solid here. I think she's getting ready to play this. She has PI in her hand. There we go. That's about as good as there is. This feels like by far the best option, which is very much an indictment of how bad the board is and how bad her tiles are. But that is as good as she could do. So she now has a 10-point lead, and Chris has all those vowels. It's hard to imagine what the heck he's going to do. Maybe he exchanges. How is he going to find a way? This is going to be very, very close down the stretch of this game. See what Heidi draws. A D and a T. Okay, 2 consonants. Better than it could be. The board is still so tight, it's hard to say, does that actually really help or what? Where do you even play with these tiles? And the same could be said for Chris too. So normally a 10-point lead in a game, which Heidi has here, you would say to yourself, oh my God, it's like I'm barely even ahead. But in these really close boards, the number of points that you need to be up to feel comfortable starts to drop quite a bit. So let's say Chris exchanges and Heidi plays for like 15 points or something on her next turn. As she sees identity would play to a Y that just isn't there for her. But a 25-point lead on this board is actually quite solid. That's a good play by Chris, actually, to grab a bunch of points with just 3 vowels, 16 points. That's nicely spotted by him, in fact. So, yeah, now this is just a brutal situation. You have good bingo tiles. The board is horrendous for bingoing, and there is like no space anywhere to do anything. So, what are even the threats that you're worrying about or trying to set yourself up for? I'm looking and it's like impossible to. I guess it would be great to get the last S here, just because playing something like SEL would actually score about as much as you can get here. So the S is an important tile for that reason. Of course, for qualms, this is really important. But of course, playing with SA is going to be kind of tough. So it's not that immediately obvious. If you draw the S, will you even have a play going down here? Probably sometimes you don't. Overlaps here are next to impossible. Like CAA could fit there, but that is extremely unlikely. Only 2 A's left. Chris, I don't know if Chris might have another one, so it's not much going on there. But if either player were to get AAS, that would immediately become a huge scoring play. And there we go. This is the engine's approved play here for what it's worth. 12 points. Maybe this allows you to sneak in some heavy plays here, but probably not. Ending in an A, that's going to be tough. So, yeah, this is... Oh, I think I saw that last S on Chris's rack, so that is huge. That's a huge, huge draw for him here. More weird tiles that are normally... She has dinette on her rack. Normally, that's a good thing on an open board. On this board, it means very little that she actually has a 7-letter word on her rack, dinette. There's just no room for it here. Let me make sure. Hold on. It's Chris's turn. Okay, everything's up to date. So she's clinging to a 6-point lead. The board is just so bad. I'm pretty sure I saw that S on Chris's rack, which is a big deal. That opens up some opportunities that only he will be able to take advantage of. Oh my God, what to even do here? First, Heidi's got to wait for Chris to make his move. And then what? Again, there's no space to do anything. This board, and I would say, just knowing Heidi's style, she is not loving the closed nature of this board at all. She would much rather than find these little tactical, itty bitty scoring plays, she would rather be playing on that nice open board that gives her more opportunities to be creative. So this could be an annoying situation for her, and for almost anyone, frankly. Most people don't like playing on boards like this. Maybe Chris is in the same boat. Maybe Chris is like, man, I hate this. We don't know. So, yeah, I didn't catch his tiles. I guess if it were to magically be Heidi's turn right now, maybe we're seeing her just play Rhett right here. 13 points. Is that the best you can do? Maybe. That's absolutely insane that would be the case, but it may very well be. So, yeah. Ooh. Wow. Chris making an aggressive opening. Plays OU. This doesn't give anything really back to Heidi. The only thing that hooks OU that's left would be the S, and I guess the F as well, which isn't that likely for her to hold. Certainly after her previous play of its, if she had the F, she would for sure have played ifs. So this is an aggressive opening, which is basically telegraphing to her that Chris has the S. I don't think he would play this without that S. So I think she needs to be very proactive. This is a huge word knowledge check here as well, because there is a new Collins word. I think I would really struggle to see der. This is a new word. Hopefully after this game, I'll remember it. I don't know if I would think of the D hook of der. It's still new. That was newly added to Collins. If she does think of it, now she can play stuff in this spot that will block very nicely and score points while she's at it. Tend right here would be good. Have a nice dinner, Mike. Obviously, it's me and not Heidi is here, but she'll catch up with you after, I'm sure. I think she's going to be streaming a while, so I'm sure she'll catch up with you once you're back. Oh, is she going to see it? Nice job. That is fantastic. And we should also note that it might be tempting to play one higher up. So there are valid words of teened here. You could play an extra vowel, but those letters would create more open space for this E. So by playing tend instead, she only exposes the T while scoring super well and blocking the new spot pretty effectively. Not conclusively, but very effectively. Very, very good job. That's actually a fantastic play on Heidi's part to respond to that threat in a very effective way. And there she draws flinted. I don't think that's going to help her too much, but I think there's a great chance. Oh, stend. Oh my God, I forgot about stend. Good point, Sam. What do you do? Yeah, what do you do? What do you do if not tend here to avoid making the stend hook? Maybe you do play TEIND and expose the E out in space. Maybe. So even with stend, I didn't even think about that until Sam mentioned it. But the nice thing, yeah, maybe tinned. Maybe tinned. That's probably it. That's probably slightly better. Yeah, I'm betting that that's maybe a slightly bit more defensive against bingos. But even with stend, it bears noting that this S hook is nowhere near as dangerous as this one would have been had she left the spot open, because the S is just so much. Oh, game over. Game over. Chris opening a new spot. Heidi's going to play Flinted, and it's going to be game over. Oh, man. Crazy.
Hit me hard.
She's going to play Flinted every time. I can't imagine she is not. There it goes. Let me try to get the board upright. Down comes Flinted. Killer. Whoa. She says she's not sure. Wow. Man-wise. Oh, crazy. Let's see if he... Oh, he has wise man set up. So he's going to look and see if that's a word. But yeah, man-wise. I think maybe he would have tried wise man, which is hilarious. He would have lost a challenge on that. Flinted is good. Celebration. 5 extra points.
How much?
99.
What?
Yeah.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times 3.
No. 4, 5,
14
6,
times
7,
3.
8, 9,
13.
13.
13 times 3 is 39.
44. 94. That's fine.
99. Oh, yes.
Crazy. That was an absolute banger.
I got 466.
326.
Yeah, no, 336.
Okay, 278.
That would be 20. No, you're right. 456.
Yeah, take it empty, so.
Yeah, plus 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, plus 24.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I finally ended up with at the end.
Aw. Is it good?
It should be. I think so. Wise man. I don't know.
480 is 40.
It's actually Man-wise and Miss Ween. Man-wise and Miss Ween. Easy.
Man-wise is good.
Wow.
Wise woman. You can't be a wise man, but why you can be a wise woman? That's amazing. Very rare case of reverse dictionary sexism.
10th degree on that one at the end.
So 480 times 348 is what you did?
I was supposed to trade, wasn't I?
Nice, instantaneous. All right, so two losses to start, and now 2 wins to get back into the thick of it for Heidi. 2-2.
Thank you.
No problem.
The standings are pinned, by the
All I
way.
have to do is win the rest of my games.
Poor Chris is 0-4, and he was definitely right in the thick of this one to the bitter end. He could easily have come away with this. Tricky late game moves. I'm sure that Heidi's going to be checking in.
Thanks. Who do you got next, Brian?
I don't know.
Either you or I have Brian.
Troy?
She has Troy.
There you go.
Her next opponent is Troy.
Okay.
Troy Frost, also 3-1 in the standings, so doing well.
Wise woman is valid, but not wise man.
Frick.
That's great.
I get Brian.
Good luck.
Thanks. You want her?
Yeah,
One of these?
sure. I'm cold, and I need to freaking eat something soon, too. Are we eating after this game?
Yeah, it's the last
One more, you heard it there. One more until they
Oh,
break.
do you want me to square it?
Not sure if she's gonna like live stream dinner or something like that, but I think her plan is to stream the whole time. So I believe dinner. So game 5 against Troy Frost coming up, and then dinner time and 3 more rounds after that.
Thank you. Sounds delicious.
I think we have another box situation with the cat. I might take a quick restroom break myself, in fact, while we get set.
I better introduce myself. Is he playing? did not check to see who was going first. Did you?
I think I'm going first. You better double check. I like your gem collection.
I know, it's beautiful. Jason gave it to me. It does. So it says. I'm going second. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they are gorgeous. I think. Wait.
Amethyst.
Amethyst. Aventurine. Aventurine. I don't know what this is. I forget what he said it was. Blue. I forget. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember this either. And then more amethyst. But they're nice. Okay. Enjoy. I don't know why I feel like I have to say Aventurine like it's French. Sounds like it should be French. Oh, it's very cherry though. It's very strong. Very sweet. I need to cut it. And it's not. It tastes like fake sugar.
14.
Damn it. 14. 29?
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Caught me off guard starting that game so fast. All right, I'm back. Yes, I know. I had muted myself so nobody could have any chance of hearing any bathroom sounds on my part. Don't think it's likely, but it was possible. I couldn't take that risk. Nobody needs to hear that. All right. We got to get the scores reset. Almost. All right, this is a good job. This is, oddly, there really is no great way to use the J except for maybe Benj. It might be worth considering playing BENJ. Shout out to Ben Schonbrunn. But that play only scores 15, whereas this scores quite a lot more. So, could be fine to cash in the S here. Sorry, I'm not flipping the board and stuff. Troy playing super fast. So 7. Why can't I stay up to date here?
Yes.
I'm getting another gift from the cat. Seeding is the play. 24 points. And very weird tiles for Heidi now. Again, having issues with the vowels for sure. All right. It is her turn. The score is correct. Tiles are correct. I think I'm up to date now. And you can all hear me. So we're firing on all cylinders at this point. Yeah, interesting move of 7 on that last turn. The S does feel like it's kind of strong. That's the only reason that I would consider keeping it. Just between this, and this. There's just a lot going on. The problem is there's no good scoring play that keeps it. So, yeah, I mean, what do you do? I guess an interesting option for her in that situation could have been the weird spelling of even right here. So the S wasn't here yet, right? So you're playing even, leaving JNS. And the nice thing about that is you are threatening Jans and Jins with an A or I draw after that play. So maybe that's like, that could be a way forward there, but there's nothing that is like dominant in that position by any means. A lot of different ways you could proceed. Brainiac says, I don't think I can say the word I'm thinking of playing. Oh, well, why? Why should you be upset about this word? It just means a wig. There's nothing weird. It's a wig. So we should all be able to talk about jizz here. It's totally normal. There's nothing weird about it. Yeah, duh, it is totally normal. Oh, Heidi plays whiz, keeping the J. So that's, I feel like this is something that is somewhat of a tendency, is if she can keep one power tile left over for next turn, like if you can score decently well and leave a power tile over for next turn, she seems to be doing it a lot, and I think that is consistent with like a tendency that she has. I wouldn't say there's any, I feel like probably keeping the J improves the leave with the V in it. You can play jive sometimes, maybe, as Troy playing gray instantaneously. But yeah, it's just the extra points, right? You're getting a whole bunch of extra points for playing the J. So yeah, pros and cons of it. I wouldn't say it's like obviously so far better in every possible way, but I do feel like just playing the J would have been a bit better. Yes, Jin is a genie. For those that played Magic the Gathering like myself, there are a lot of Jins roaming around in the... What is the world of Magic the Gathering? I have World of Warcraft worlds in my mind. It's not Azeroth. That's World of Warcraft. What's the world in Magic the Gathering? Anyway, a lot of Jins, I guess in both of those maybe, but certainly Magic. So what to do? Heidi thinking she has Jin with the 2 ends. I don't know where that's gonna fit. Maybe she's just thinking about playing it into the Y of gray. There you go. Okay. This is a very defensible choice on her part. It gets rid of a ton of tiles at once, leaving just LV. I think this is arguably her best choice here. It doesn't feel great to only get 18 points when you have the J, but the board is kind of closed. There's no more obvious place to play it, and if she can draw some vowels, she may be very happy that she just got out of that clunk immediately. So, all right, let me try to stay up to date with some of these things. The score tiles, and let's see what she gets. Vocable, not quite. Not quite a bingo, but 3 vowels. That's going to make her next decision a lot easier than the first few, which have been tough. Ooh, nice. Very nice fit there by Troy, getting the E in between the N and whiz for 25 points. Pretty nice.
Nice.
Heidi gives him his props for that play. It's pretty cool. I admit, that's a nice little fit in that spot. So, what to do here? I still have, I guess we can, say goodbye to Word Game as an extension with both of the W's having been played that quickly. Oh, sad. No, we are not going to get to see our cool extension play. Oh, well, that was unlikely. Yeah, see, this is the play that I said, Vossable, right? If she felt compelled to pull the bivocal, like sunglasses. I don't think she's going to pull the trigger on something. It would be pretty ambitious to do that, but a solid option, if she thinks about it, would be just Cobb right here, C-O-B-B, getting the B on the triple letter, 2 directions. That seems pretty good, actually. She could play voice here. She played that in a previous game as her opening play, but that would open a triple, whereas this play opens literally just nothing good. Ball game. Oh, nice. Ball game, post game. Interesting. So yeah, if she doesn't see Cobb, I feel like things get a lot tougher to figure out a way. I mean, maybe she will play Ebb. If she doesn't think of Cobb, Ebb would be a good way of scoring and opening very little. There we go. There's the right play. That's definitely the best play. Nice one, Heidi. Cobb for 26, leaving a pretty good. This is about as good as a leave can get that has a V in it without an S, right? Like, you can definitely draw 7-letter bingos here with this leave a lot. So nice play. Let's see what she draws. She's got a decent sized lead. Let me see if I can remember to flip everything before Troy plays. Very fast. He's playing his moves with good pace. I don't know if I can get the bottom of the board more visible here. No, it's not. The bottom's a little cut off, unfortunately. Oh, look at that. Alluviate without an E. If she were to happen to get an E out in space, maybe we could see alluviate, which would be incredible. I'm betting she somehow knows that. I feel like Heidi doesn't study a ton, but she shocks me a lot with random stuff that she happens to know, or maybe just that she tries using those instincts. Oh, that E, it's not in the right spot. Okay, Clef. So this is kind of good because it opens up a lot back. So she should be able to... Oh, I didn't give her points for Cobb. So it's actually her turn, and she already is ahead. And she has Vaulty on her rack. So yeah, under a lot of circumstances, she would be just hammering this with a good scoring play. Maybe she would hit something with her T right here. She could have had an S and been able to play, but she doesn't really have any of those options. And alluviate just barely doesn't fit on the board. So she is going to have to think, and she's got a good option here. She might just play Leva, L-E-V-A. This looks great, scores a lot. Uses up this good scoring spot and blocks the T and S hooks on Clef in one go. So I think that is a very, very good option. It should be noted that Leva, L-E-V-A, versus Lave in the same spot. Both of these words fit for the exact same score, but Leva is definitely a better play given the game situation, because putting an A here is significantly less dangerous than putting an E here. The E is definitely a frequent ending letter for 8-letter words. So those two plays are so similar looking between Lave and Leva. Maybe she doesn't have the confidence. She definitely knows this is a word, I would think. So if she's at all unsure of Leva, she has to play Lave instead. But I do feel that there is a difference between the two. How many 7s and 8s end with an A? Thanks to our wonderful tool Ziziva, I can actually give you that information. Probably some other people in the chat can do so as well. If I say length 7 through 8 and pattern match ends in A, and we do see lave. So again, these two plays are so close to identical. Are we going to see Troy play something to that E that would not have played to an A instead? We'll find out. We will find out. So answer to the question, this many words end in A. 7s and 8s ending in A. How many end in E? We'll find out. Wow, pretty big difference, as you would expect. There you go. So there's the difference between the two. Pretty striking. So Troy plays Vox. No scary play coming down through the E and back to Heidi with a narrow lead. Not very good tiles. She did not draw well. So that's unfortunate. I'm sure she's thinking about some 8s that she might have here, like Albricia or whatever. Taqueria. She's thinking about the fact that she would be bingoing through a Q right now. That's a great find. Unfortunately, no Q here to save her, but good, well spotted. The more of those type of things you see, the fewer of them you'll miss when you actually do get the Q. This is why I'm definitely an evangelist. If you are a tournament Scrabble player, you may be familiar with the website aerolith.org. I just featured it in a video I made recently. And my favorite thing on there is the Blank Bingos Challenge. And the reason I like it is not just because finding blank bingos is important when you have a blank, but it also trains your brain to look at any 7-letter rack that you have and think about the 8-letter words you would have with those letters. It goes beyond just situations when you have a blank. The Blank Bingo Challenge is by far the most applicable to every single turn scenario. Every single turn, you can be thinking about what 8-letter words can I form from the 7-letter words of my rack, and that is the exact skill that you're testing by doing blank bingos on Aerolith. So it's just way better than any of the other word length challenges to actually get what you are going to bring with you in a game scenario. All right, what should Heidi do here? Any big ideas? She's leading narrowly. There's now this E open, which is going to be annoying to block while also scoring points. I feel like that's kind of the problem with Lave versus Leva is there are situations exactly like what happened here where now it's going to be really, really difficult to block that E. It's just going to sit forever. Okay, oral. So Heidi not wanting to spend any more time than necessary on a closed board. She's going to go ahead and play oral, which opens things quite a bit. If Troy is sitting on something good, he might be very happy to see that. And okay, we're seeing an ED play with a blank. So armored. Yep. Okay. Not the best letters. For him. There is one better thing that I immediately see, and it looks like that's it. Only one bingo plays into the E of Lave as an 8 that reaches this top triple. I can leave that as an exercise to anybody to see if anyone can spot that. But as it is, 66 points for Troy to jump into the lead a little bit. So yeah, maybe now Heidi's happy at having opened the board like this because had she not done that, the board would be a little bit closed down. You'd still have some of the letters of armored to play through. I guess there's still stuff going on here. She would still have this sevens lane. Couple places to play 8-letter words, but yeah, it's a little bit better now. But yeah, this is oh. Okay, I wasn't thinking that she can just hammer this spot for a ton. She just has to see the overlaps, and she's going to be able to... I would be shocked if she doesn't eventually see... Yeah, she might already see that she can play quite here for 56 points, which would give her the lead right back and leave a decent two-tile combo as well of LT. Oh, she might be... Oh, no. She might be thinking about playing Quate. Okay, Liquate is pretty good, too. Quate, I thought she was just going to play Quate. The scary thing about that is the equate hook, so you get hit really hard. So this is a pretty good option. That being said, Quite is probably a little more defensive right here, not opening a triple back. So with Liquate, at least Troy now has an easy triple to play through. So I think Quite is a little bit safer, but maybe again she wants to... Oh, she's getting 5 points too. 5 points for the challenge, so that's going to be nice. It's going to bring her to 229 after the successful challenge. Oh yeah, quit. I didn't, for some reason.
Yes.
What's that?
It's fine.
Oh my god. Okay, so 59? Or, yeah, 59?
59 is right. So, yeah, quit. Keeping the E looks like maybe an arguably better idea. Keeping a leave of whatever that would have been.
Yes.
L-E-T. The more vowels, the merrier, because you want to have vowels to play a 7-letter word in that spot. It's, you know, slightly vowel heavier words are maybe a little easier to actually get those bingos down there, since you have to end the word in a vowel. So you're probably looking at slightly more... Oh, there we go. Nitrite will now play. I'm guessing she knows that one. I know she knows it. It's just a matter of, like, have you studied it? Are you going to recall it? But I'm very, very much expecting that she will come back with Nitrite here. And it's crazy because this spot is, like, never getting blocked by scoring plays. And Troy just plays 0-0 on top of the P and H. Good way to get 19 points. But yeah, this could be a big swing here. The score is literally tied. And this is the only bingo that she has. There it is. She's gotten it. So now the actual tricky question is, she can play it here and she can play it here, both of which are a little bit scary, neither of which are fully safe. They both expose multiple triples, but this one exposes arguably more flexible triples by far, if you think about it, right? Nitrite here, yeah, you can maybe get crazy underlaps here, but they're very unlikely. In all likelihood, you're looking at scoring plays here and scoring plays here coming down. Whereas if you play Nitrite here for 4 more points, you could get tripled, you could get bingoed on through all of these letters, and you can get 7s coming across back, hooking eel. So I think the positioning that Heidi is about to make is the better one, and I'm happy to see her make this, because I think sometimes she would go for the points and volatility just because I like volatile boards, if that's what she's saying to herself. But yeah, this is definitely the more sound positioning, and I'm glad to see her play this. I think this is the better play. Not sure what you all think in the chat about the two positions. You do get 4 more points playing up high. I just think it opens up a whole world more possibilities of bad things that can happen. So, nice one. Very nice. Back to Troy now. Board's flipping. I'm trying to stay on top of all that stuff. And it's a big draw for her. Let's see what she has. The unseen tiles are not updated. Let me see. Oh, there's a Y. So the Y is a nice draw. Oh, daintily. That doesn't quite fit anywhere, but the Y is an especially good draw here. It's slightly cut off, so I'll just show you. I'm sure Troy is about to make his next play quickly, but the Y so powerful because of the nigh hook. It's going to fit in that spot with 45-point plays a lot of the time. So she's looking at plays down low. No way she's not thinking about that already, that the Y is going to be super damaging there. So very good draw. Of course, she would have liked to see the second blank or some S's, as hopefully we get those tiles coming back, unfortunately. I don't know if she probably has no way of knowing or seeing that we don't have the tiles, which we'll do our best. Oh, there we go. Clutch. Yeah, they are out in a cat. So this is a 2-day tournament out in the wilderness, practically in Calabogie, Ontario. Still managing to draw a lot of really strong players. Multiple former North American champions are in attendance. So yeah, nice little field in both divisions. The Collins one is where we're staying here. That's where Heidi's playing. But yeah, pretty nice group out there at Mike Downey's cottage, which it looks great from the background. I mean, look at those, looks like a multi-level, nice cottage, nice wood moldings or whatever you would call that. Uh-oh. Reuse. Okay, interesting. So that is a play that I would have to imagine Troy is making this play.
Like ruse challenge.
Heidi's thinking of challenging, correctly not doing so. So that definitely takes the Y hook of nigh out of play here. And there's still going to be plays down here that are good. I don't think this feels super dangerous to me. I'm not that scared of this R, but if I was playing something under here, you can now play something with uni. And if you do, imagine that Troy is playing this with an S so much of the time. He wouldn't just use his S without having one in reserve. If you're worried about RS bingos being possible, you're going to block those by playing on the bottom row. So something down there, if Heidi can find something with an I, lay in is possible for her to see. Layin. That would be a good way of obstructing RS bingos, taking a lot of the sting out of that R. So that feels like a good option here. Plenty of other decent options if she just wants to. I mean, she could just play Yared through this R. This, of course, has the drawback of multiple plays going through multiple 7-letter lanes becoming options for Troy. But yeah, plenty of choices here. Dairy and Diary, those are definitely in play as well. I do feel like those might be even easier to play. So, for example, at least the nice thing about Yared is that you can't end a word in E. Oh, wow. Look, I was going to say E, but look at this unseen pool. There are no E's left. So what could Troy have had? Does he have, like... He used up the last 2 E's with this. Huh. No E's unseen. I was about to say, Slug Biker, that the thing I like about Yared over Dairy or Diary is that both of these yield ED in response, but there are no E's or D's that you have to worry about. So maybe they're okay. But yeah, I was for sure like, yeah, I'm agreeing with you both that maybe keeping at least one of these E's feels like a must. It's hard to really pinpoint what he has. So in any case, Heidi's in a really good position here. She's won 2 games in a row. She's up 50, and she's about to score something solid. I find it hard to believe she's not going to get like 30 points here one way or another. If she wants to put... Oh, boy. There we go. As I said, they are out in the wilderness, so the internet might not be the best. Thanks, Sam. Good to hang out with you a bit. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for stopping by. I would love to do more of this with like Sokol. I keep offering. I mean, again, I have more time now than I have in months. Okay, Looney is the play for her. 22 points. Maybe just wanting to obstruct the bottom row to prevent any kind of crazy overlaps. Seems reasonable. I think there might have been better options for scoring. By only scoring 22, I think she kind of leaves herself open to maybe being outscored over the rest of the game. And there you see Ahoy for 30. Seems like a nice play for Troy to cut the gap a little bit. And yeah, now Heidi's in kind of a tricky situation where her plays, she doesn't really have good scoring tiles, doesn't have a bingo, so she's going to struggle a little bit to come up with a scoring play that can make her feel comfortable that she's going to outrun bingos. So the Looney, like imagine instead of Looney that she had like 10 extra points here. That would feel so much better, right? She's up by 42. If she were up by 52, she could say, all right, I can get 20 points here and be up 70. She's not quite at that level. So let's see what she can do. Annie right there. That's a good idea. This is a nice play. I like this play for her. The reason I like it is it just scores very well. This does the best of any play of giving her that lead that makes her somewhat invulnerable to bingos from Troy. Let me give her points and flip all this stuff quickly. Ooh, that K is going to be huge. So that K is especially huge because she is almost certain with that K to be able to withstand bingos here. Brainiac Naiad would be a very nice play, I believe. Ooh, okay.
26.
Troy quickly playing Fitz, using NS, and that empties the bag, actually. So I feel like Troy has been playing lightning fast. It's possible that Heidi doesn't have that much time left. Oh, man, she needs to slow down. Is she under a time pressure situation here? Because I think she really needed to slow down and make sure that she wasn't allowing any bingos here. Maybe she's under time pressure, but now, crazy thing about this is it's Troy's turn. You flip the board back. Oh, never mind. So she plays Cade. That was by far her highest scoring play. But now, Troy definitely has... Let me do it from her POV. So from Heidi's POV, she's up by 78. But now, with these tiles, Troy can just play any 7 ending in an S with 2s. And he stands a chance of possibly winning the game. Oh, yeah, looks like the best he can do is tie the game. What's he gonna do here? Outings. This isn't good enough. This is not good enough to win, I don't believe. I believe this is gonna lose him the game, narrowly, if I'm not mistaken. I think the only way he can salvage a tie here is Gomutis. So outings 66. That brings the final score here to what I consider to be three, unless I'm missing a challenge. I don't think I missed one. I think that brings the score to 379 to 375. So what Troy needed to do here is get his G in this spot.
I thought you won at the end.
Yeah,
Oh my
close,
gosh.
yeah.
That was crazy. And so freaking low scoring. Like, what the hell, this game, right?
Yeah, it's just those games.
Wow.
All in the lower right corner.
Wow. Come on.
The quake was a good word.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you didn't challenge that, you win.
Yes.
Shit.
I wonder if there's anything with these letters in the NAF. Probably not.
In that spot too, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's very unlikely. I don't see any other better spots, really.
Out gifts. That's not valid.
unless
To
out
give more
gifts is
gifts.
the word.
There you go. See? See? She thought of it. It's not a word.
Oh, what about outtakes?
Yeah, but you have an F there, right? Oh, you were just like.
Oh, that's just an extra 3 points.
Yeah.
It's not enough to catch you.
Crazy. Okay, I guess I have to do that.
3 wins for Heidi after 2 losses. Nice job. So she ends the first session 3-2. She'll probably be checking in with everybody in the chat. This is where I leave you all. So it's been a treat to
379,
do some Scrabble commentary.
75.
Yeah, the video is coming. So my video looks pretty good, right? I think. So it's the video coming from the event that's choppy, which I don't have too much control over because again, they're in the wilderness in Ontario. There, out in the countryside, in a cabin. So no surprise. But yeah.
Minus 80. What's my score?
I am sharp.
I'm freaking starving. Oh my god, I'm
Well,
freezing.
it's dinner time, yeah.
Before it's dinner.
Thank you. I know I am sharp.
Cornered.
Oh, did it? Okay. Oops.
Alrighty.
All right. I'm sure Heidi's going to be checking in with all of us now. I think it seems likely that she will. It seems like she needs to get some food, get some layers, get warmed up in that cabin. But I think there's going to be 3 more games coming after they eat, and then 4 more tomorrow. So, yeah, not sure if it'll be quite as easy to follow without scores and stuff, but it should still be fun. Hopefully, still some people wanting to hang out and see how she does. I'm sure she's going to be. I think we'll know quickly when she's saying hello to us, which is more to you. She can't see me. She can't hear me or see me right now.
Okay. Should we be trying to talk? Oh, what happened? Oh, freeze. Wow. Should we do a quick call or something, Mom?
If she wants to call, I have to mute. I can.
Three
Oh.
more. There will be 3 more, I think, after break, but no will, I guess.
All right, I have to mute the audio on this. I'm going to mute her for a second. Hello.
Hi.
There we go. All right. So hopefully, let's confirm that the viewers can hear you. Everybody
Yeah,
out
I guess
there,
the video is crappy, eh?
it's good. I mean, it's good for being in a cabin in the countryside. I think it's been quite good. I think everybody's hearing you.
Oh, okay, good, good,
So very nicely
good.
done. You won 3 games after the tough first
Yeah.
couple, and you need food and you need layers. Apparently, is that what we're
Yeah.
understanding?
I thought I had my layers, but I should have brought my robe, I guess.
Yeah, it's a
Cold.
cozy environment. Yeah, just get in your
Yeah.
PJs and play in those in the cabin. Yeah, it's been nice. A lot of people coming by saying they're happy to see the channel live
Yay.
again, and I'm sure
Yay.
if you stream more people will come and want to say hello. So, a lot of
Yeah,
fun
so
fun Scrabble
it's
for us.
you can't do any more, eh? You said?
I cannot,
I know it's a lot.
un-
I know it's a lot.
unfortunately.
It's just that it sucks when I'm like streaming and I can't talk to anybody and I don't know who's here and I can't like nobody can. But Matcha and Mike are here. Yeah, you guys are on audience patrol, welcoming and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could
Somebody
find
should,
somebody to just,
yeah,
be
somebody should
on
Google's annotate
voice.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
that might be nice. So if we could find somebody, if you're out
Is there
there,
anybody? Do we have anybody that can do that?
I don't know. It depends. Come speak now if you are willing to assist. But yeah, it was a lot
Come
of
on, no.
fun. You made a lot of great plays. That
Did I?
one, yeah, for sure. This one in particular, I was really given a lot of props for a lot of these plays.
It always feels so hard. Like everything feels so hard. So I have no idea. I never know when I'm doing the right thing or not.
I think you did a lot of good things here. Do you have any specific
What was your
questions?
favorite thing? What was your favorite thing that I did?
Well, in this game, I feel like your positioning of nitrite, you probably wanted to play that on top of liquate for more, but it was definitely more defensive and cleverer positioning to play it down low instead of on the L of liquate. I thought you were going to play it up high because you like that volatility, but you restrained yourself and played that down low. I also felt like Ginny was a very good play. I know you would have wanted to keep that J and score better with it on the next turn, and it probably hurt to only get 18 points with it, but it was definitely correct to dump all that crap. So you made a bunch of nice plays. Cobb was by far the best play.
I
Liquid,
wasn't even sure if that was valid. I was like, I think
yeah,
it's good,
Cobb
but
salad.
I know Cobb salad, but you never know if that's like
For
capitalized or
sure,
not,
for sure.
right?
There's no way to know that sort of thing. So yeah,
Unless you study fours and shit. Like,
so yeah, I mean, I would definitely say a lot of good plays, and tough situation against Jason in the first game, and then of course the rotators in game 2 against Noah, which was already going to be bad because he had you demon no matter what you play. So yeah,
I knew I shouldn't do rotators. I was pretty freaking sure that was not good, but I was like, what if it's good? Like, what if I'm just talking myself out of something? Same with that last play, Flinted. I was like, maybe I'm not supposed to do this. But of course, if I hadn't done it, I'd probably lose. Well, actually, he said he was going to phone you, but still.
yeah, it would have been hilarious if Flinted were somehow invalid. If you play that, lose your challenge, then he plays Wise Man, he loses his challenge, then maybe you can figure out a way from there.
Yeah,
So,
maybe, I guess.
oh yeah, also Tend playing Dur was a fantastic play on your part. That was
Yeah?
another really, really good play. I wasn't sure if you were going to see Dur because it's a new 3-letter word recently added.
I know it. I know it because I was like, finally, this fucking word is good that I always think is good. Sorry for the swearing.
No, wow.
But yeah.
So we're gonna get you banned that quickly again on Twitch for profanity and just promoting these unwholesome, ideas like drug use. But yeah, we're all very happy to see you back on Twitch. Of course, I was very happy to come celebrate your unbanning and watch some fun games of Scrabble courtesy of you. So it was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, so much for doing this for me. Like, it really, really means a lot. I know you're busy and in demand, and it really, really is super generous of you to give me or something like this.
No
Yeah, because
worries.
it makes such a huge difference. Makes such a huge difference to have somebody here, guiding people through things and whatever. And like, I feel so bad knowing that I'm going to be streaming and people are going to be here and I won't be able to interact and I won't be able to say anything to them. And they'll just be like, what's the score? Who's winning? I don't know. Like, I can't show all that stuff. So,
I mean,
yeah.
if it
So thank you.
really bothers you, I mean, nobody is, forcing you to do so. If it's gonna like be distracting, you should consider whether it's something you want to do, and maybe
Well,
you
I
can
don't know.
line
Do
someone
people
up for
think I
tomorrow.
should? Do people care? Should I leave the stream on or should I just not
Should
even bother?
we run a
What do you guys
poll?
think?
Should we run a poll?
Yeah, let's run a poll.
How do I do this? I know how to do it.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's
I
been
do
too long.
/poll, and the question is stream after dinner. Stream after dinner with no commentary, I guess. Yes, no.
With no interaction. But if Matcha and Mike are still here, they can do the audience interaction.
All right, we'll do 2 minutes. We will not
They can
allow.
let people know she can't talk to you, but she loves you. Anyway, thank you for being here.
We will not allow rigging of the vote with the CDN bird coins. Yeah, I'm not sure who all is here. It might not be a huge poll, but anybody that's here.
I will be in a car driving through the Australian bushes. What? Who's that? I can't read the full name. I've cut it off.
Brentis Firmus.
Brentis, hi. Good to see you.
Yeah, we had pretty much everybody come by that I remember. So
really?
Yeah, no bird, but everybody else stopped by and is very happy. So far, 2 yeses. Matcha is here.
Okay, so still stream even though
everyone wants to see you play. So you probably should.
Awesome.
Well, I'm gonna go have some dinner myself. I hope everybody. I hope you have fun and get some much needed sustenance and have great games after dinner and tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, I'm gonna stop stream for now, but Heidi will be back after dinner with 3 more games later. So look for her in just a bit.
Come back.
See
Come
ya.
back and see me when I come back. Okay, bye everyone. Thanks.
Bye.